viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing melts. You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
what's the point?
The point is SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We have just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
You got to run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we have just secured the bag.
But, like, you got to promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
Experts, we made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be around my favorite movie. Time Con. So great, that's great.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
the best guys, Tony Khan.
Keep themselves safe.
SDL. 2 bad bitches, 1 hot track. B3CCA, bitch. 2 bad bitches, 1 hot track. Hello, hello. It's that B3 flow. You said you know me? I think you don't. My friends are rich and you're looking hella broke.
With Matt, I'm the real rough rider. Can't keep up, my arms must be tired. Slow-mo, super villain, Zack Snyder. You talk shit, but I know you're a subscriber.
DSL on our lips cause we're naughty. Hannah Montana acting like Miley. We can't stop cause we're the life of the party. Got your man squirming Scotty too haughty.
SDL with a $sign ho.
B3CCA with the 3 cause I'm cool.
Face hat, ass fat, say that.
2 bad bitches, 1 hot trap.
Haters got a grip that's priceless. Haters got no dishes that's wifeless. Diamonds in my mouth, I'm priceless. Always ready for a fight, can't try us.
You thought I'm a thotty, you thought wrong. Just a hottie with a body and a thong. You wanna fight, let's get bloody like Carrie. I'm queen of the prom.
SDL with a $sign ho.
B3CCA with a 3 cause I'm cool.
Top of the Indies now on top of the charts.
We're spending our cash and breaking your hearts.
Back in an SDL, bitch. Back in SDL, that's the bitch.
Me and Steph are the dream at conception.
Face hat, fat, ass. Big money.
Well, folks, it's been a night to remember, but right now we are out of time. I'm Nick Diamond.
I'm Stone Cold Steve Austin.
And I'm Johnny Gomez. On behalf of all of us here at Celebrity Deathmatch, good fight, good night.
And now to the man of the hour. Can someone get him a vodka with Metamucil? Blonde, great in-ring wrestler, great on the mic, a womanizer, 16-time champion, but enough about Kurt Hennig. Ric Flair has been paid millions and millions and millions of dollars by Vince McMahon, and he didn't have to fuck him.
Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday comes again.
毎日
Sunday,
毎
Monday,
日
Tuesday,
日
Wednesday,
立の細長
Thursday,
な
Thursday,
静
Friday,
か
Saturday,
サラサ
Sunday
ラ
comes again.
きれいな空気体には細長が気持ちいいんです日立のビッグフローウェルネス
So, hairline. I have Paul London imitating Aubrey Edwards. You want to watch that video? You want to watch that? It sounds funny. Like, I don't know. Those words strung together sound hilarious to me. So, let's get into this. And
Right.
She's like, I'm only one of the most famous referees in professional wrestling. And he was like, oh, I don't really watch WWF anymore. Like, I haven't watched it. It's like, WWE? Please. I wrestle for I'm a referee for AEW. It's the newest shit. If you don't know it, then you need to go check it out.
Oh no! Oh no! Oh no!
And
oh no!
And
oh no!
And then he was just like,
oh
yeah. She was like,
What do we got? Super Dave, Pro Wrestle Clips. Tony Khan has Camille and Megan Baines sitting at home being paid since 2023 for nothing. Come on now. It's not going to be the pod calling some kettle black on that one. Truth is the truth. Becker was more over than Monet. Yes. I'm sorry. I'm reading slow. Becker was more over than Monet and is going to the big times. Absolutely. And I said that. I think I covered that show. In fact, I know we did. And I pointed out, I'm going to go back and listen to my own comments. But I did make a mental note. And I think I did point out that I thought she looked really good because I had never seen her before. And now that you pointed out, I don't want to say she looked better than Mercedes, but I think the expectation was a little higher for Mercedes, obviously. And perhaps Stephanie exceeded hers and perhaps Mercedes didn't. That's my take on it.
I'd be remiss for my friend if I didn't ask you about Fallen Angel.
And I'm muted there. What's up, guys? Welcome to another botched but an eclectic edition of PWT live show. Yeah. I am your host, the infallible, the fanatical, and the quite frank Phil Marks, and I'm also very fucking excited and feisty As you can see, we're already in Phil Marks bookmarks. And yeah, a little 10-minute on the nose pre-show there, guys. We did it. We got to 5,000 Let's go, PWT Universe. We did it. We did the damn thing. We did the damn thing. We did it, guys. We made it to 5K well before, with time to spare before the new year. So that's fantastic. And I'm so excited because this is a jam-packed and epic. And I started a little later, guys, because I kept starting too early because I forgot y'all roll your clocks back or whatever. You know what I mean? So I started, I tried to start a little later, you know. But yeah, this is a jam-packed episode. We have some Dynamite that's going to be on in the background. We're going to review NXT. We're going to talk about Eric Bischoff causing fucking meltdowns in the IWC. We're going to talk about how we got 5K subs. Yeah. No, but we're going to talk about how NXT was. We're going to talk about what else? Effy completely owning Tony Khan. We're going to talk about Tony Khan and Dave Meltzer's odd behavior on social media. We're going to talk about AEW wrestlers' odd fucking behavior on social media. We're just going to put this card up while I bibble and babble. We're going to check in with chat. I'm so fucking pumped and excited. Guys, a round of applause or we'll hit acknowledge. So yeah, I've been putting in that work. I'm streaming more, more Patreon content. So youtube.com/ at prowrestletimes. We're almost at 1,500 subs on that channel as well. And that's just like the podcast feed channel. You know what I mean? So even if you don't watch the videos on there, go sub to that one. That'd be amazing too. Just to run it up, it's there. But the pod does really well too. Like we cracked the top 100. As far as like on Chartable or whatever in North America. I believe it was North America or America or Canada, both, whatever, either way. Yeah, we're kicking ass. And so you guys are the best. I just really appreciate you all. This whole thing has been life-changing. I don't want to give some sappy speech and, we're on to 10K. We're already looking at 10K, but we're going to stop being the present tonight. We're going to appreciate the 5K. I want to give a round of applause to all of you. And then PWT Clips. So youtube.com / at prowrestleclips, is the channel we're on. We surpassed the 5K. So I guess let's run it up to 10K, guys. Let's get her up to 6K. Let's try for 6. How about that? And what else? What else do we got going on? Patreon.com / prowrestletimes. I promise I will upload a fresh video, a fresh Tough Enough. And then me and Alt Jake are going to go crazy on some episodes here. We're probably going to bang out like some Tough Enough episodes. So make sure you tune in. We're watching season 1 of Tough Enough. It is like one of the funnest things that I do. I look forward to it. Like we're lucky if we get one in during the week, but I think tomorrow and the next day we're going to get a couple more banged out. But I'm uploading episode 4. Me and Alt Jake watching Tough Enough. And the new year, I'm going to be watching Total Divas with my wife. So you guys will get a woman's perspective, right? And that'll be only on Patreon. You guys won't get that on YouTube. And then what else? I'm watching like the Botchamanias and stuff and just hours of extra shit. If you want to support the channel, consider becoming a member. Only 99 cents. We're doing giveaways. Speaking of giveaways, our giveaway winners, chat, have not claimed their prizes. Okay, so we're going to throw this out there. Trees and Sky won a shirt, and Trees and Sky also won a PS5 or an Xbox Series X or S or whatever. Dane Brock Carey won a video game, okay? So that's Trees and Sky. You won 2 prizes, bud, and Dane Brock Carey, you won a prize as well. prowrestletimes@gmail.com. Claim your prize. If you don't, you guys have until Saturday. I think that's fair, right? We give it a week, and if they don't claim it, we're drawing again, okay? Until people claim prizes, all right? So, yeah, and shout them out, our prize winners. And we're not, like, rushing you, putting the heat on you, but it's like we want to give things away. You know what I mean? Here at PWT, you know, we want to give you guys a Merry fucking Christmas here, or Happy New Year, right? So it's like, let's get this dealt with. So Trees and Sky, Dane Brock Carey, you guys won. If you don't claim your stuff next Saturday, at the end of next Saturday's live show, so not this Saturday, or yeah, pardon me, not next Saturday, but this Saturday, the deadline, literally NXT deadline watch along, as well as giveaway deadline, right? Like, if you don't claim them by then, I guess we'll do or maybe I'll try and find your emails as well, and I'll try and reach out. How about that? But if we can't get in contact by Saturday, then we will draw again, I guess. You know, that's the way to do it. That used to be my name. Yeah, you're a goddamn liar. Hold on, I don't even have my sounds. Fire! I don't even got my invites out yet, I don't think, for tonight's show. Checking in with chat, though, my favorite thing to do. Plenty and pixel art for $50, man. Holy shit, we got to give this sicko some music here, dude. I mean, come on, like, Plenty. I look and see it's not just me, right? God damn. Thank you, dude. Thank you so much. Plenty and pixel art for $50 is 50 for 5,000. Congratulations, Phil. You've earned every bit of it. Looking forward to 10K, bro. Me too. And I'm looking forward to start twitching. You know, doing Twitch and stuff for real. That is something I really, really want to do. And I'm getting all aggro because I haven't started yet. Plinian, you're the man. Chat. Love and hugs for fucking Plinian over here. We're cussing early in the show, too. Thank you, buddy. I really, really appreciate that. Everyone give a like to that. And run the likes up, too. We got to get them up to 100. We're not going to break the record by any means, but especially with a 10-minute pre-show. But Plinian, yeah, buddy, we're going to get to that 10K. Especially with some of the shit I got cooking, too. You know, I know it's just been like me ranting and raving, but there's like, I'm cooking some other stuff, too, that I've been kind of hoarding till I think the new year. And yeah, just some different looks for PWT as well that I think you guys are going to enjoy. So speaking of things you guys enjoy, joining us on the show is Chris no, I'm just joking, is Awful Wrestling is here.
Hey.
What's up, Awful? How you doing, my guy?
What's happening, Phil? Congratulations on 5,000 people who like you. That's incredible.
They like me. They really like me.
What's going on, my man? How's it doing in PWT universe?
It's good, man. You know, we're selling the 5K subs, but we're not marking out too hard. You know, we're gonna stick to the script here and just do what we do.
Well, I'm gonna mark out for you.
Good.
Hooray, 5K.
Yeah, no, I am pumped. Don't get me wrong. You know, I'm super, super, super excited. And it came up out of nowhere, so I didn't have time to properly be like, hey, guys, in a week, we're going to fucking, you know, do the damn thing. But I'm cool with it either way. And my sights are set on the 10K now and the 6K. And, man, we're all killing it. You guys are killing it over there in TT Dubland. We're killing it over here in PWT land. You see, like, Kona was blowing the fuck up right now.
He certainly is. And bro, peace to the chat, by the way.
Yes. Chat loves you, Awful. And, but, yeah, man, you know, just the new wave, as I call it. You know what I mean? It's fun. It's fun to be a part of it.
Yeah, it's like we're like a new class or whatever. Like the
it's just people are tired, like Wrestling Super, the OGs, but people are fucking just, there's more people like them, I feel like now, and it's just more people are tired of fucking getting the news or just
what it is? You know what it is, Phil?
It's vanilla take.
People don't want to, people hate people who shill. Yeah. And you know, you, Marv, so many more great podcasters out there are not shilling for either company. They're just telling it like it is. And I think that's what's attracting people to podcasts like these.
So you are a shill, you're admitting right here on PWT?
No, I'm not a shill. Damn.
I'm fucking with you, man. You deserve to be in that list too, dude. You're a great podcaster and you're a big part of everything going on.
Well, thanks. I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, me and you need to start a fucking Rumble show, and then we'll destroy. We'll get into Black Hell, we'll get into Flat Earth, and we'll fucking break the internet.
Oh yeah.
Flat Earth.
People
wrestling.
really want to know my takes outside of professional wrestling.
Oh,
I don't think so, my friend.
Oh,
I'll be on a no-fly zone, no-fly list.
Oh man.
Passport taken, all that shit.
Yeah, bro. So STG 212 for speaking of the 5K, we got some super chats for $7. Mr. Marks, congrats on 5K, the best guys. Tony Khan. Here, I'll give you the sound. And you know what? Thank you so much.
The best
and,
guys, Tony Khan.
I see you in the chat all the time. You are very, very appreciated here. And yes, round of applause, me, I guess. And you guys, though, you're all a part of this, right? Like we didn't just do this alone here, chat. Denisha Lane, a tremendous mod. Congrats, Phil, on 5K subs. PWT fam. Yeah. Thank you, D. It's good to see you as well. Jimmy B for $10. I really wish I had signed up for that raffle. Could really use a PS5 or a VA China t-shirt right about now. Also, congrats on the 5K. Listen, dude. You could still win. Come on down, Jimmy B.
Oh my god. Who won the last one?
So, all the bells and whistles tonight, folks. So Trees and Sky won 2 prizes, and then Dane Brock Carey won a prize. None of them have claimed. So this Saturday, and I'm reaching out to them now. They haven't reached out to me. I'm reaching out to them. And if we can't get in contact with them by Saturday, then we'll do a redraw at the very tail end of Saturday's live stream NXT Deadline Watch Along. So Jimmy B, you could still win.
I got an address that you can drop it off to.
Yeah.
We'll talk in the private chat.
Yeah, just
see if we can make something happen.
Bro. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so thank you, Jimmy B, and you could still win, dude, you know? And I think your name was in it. You're a fucking member. So yeah, you were in the raffle. You just didn't win. Adrian Pfeiffer has been a member for 3 months. Round of applause. Or I'll give you a Conan, because we're not trying to fucking scramble Awful's brain here, okay? And Adrian Pfeiffer, shout you out, bruv. It's good to see you here. Everyone, you guys are all goated. Alt Jake, we see in the chat as well, holding it down. What up, Alt Jake? Good to see you. And yeah, I'm gonna throw you a link too here in a bit. I'm just all over the fucking place tonight. So, Awful, looking at the screen, what does this dynamite do for you? Tickle your willy in any way or what?
Oh man, I can't even control my excitement. I've got a chubby going on right now. I mean, I am all for it. What the hell kind of card is this, Phil? Like seriously, it looks like it looks like something thrown against the wall again. I looked at one match. Where was it? Oh yeah, Swerve Strickland, Max Caster. How does that get Swerve Strickland back to Bobby Lashley at all?
It doesn't.
It doesn't.
Also,
Okay.
What it does do is that it progresses. What the sickos will argue is, well, Max Caster last week was wearing a hoodie and was being kind of mean, and he might join up with the Hurt Syndicate. So this might progress that story a bit.
Whatever. Then we've got Kyle Fletcher versus Shelton Benjamin.
Right, so I was going to ask you that. Who wins that? Do you think Fletcher goes over on Benjamin?
Interracial night here at Dynamite. I say you got to give it to Shelton Benjamin. What are you trying to do with Shelton Benjamin, though? You know? Well, and then now, what are they trying to do with Kyle Fletcher? You know what I mean?
They're trying to build him up and stack chips on him. And this is a guy where I think they're looking at him like, okay, we have a homegrown guy here. And I'll say this, man, at least he isn't fucking Randy Orton like the internet, the IWC sickos are trying to say. But I will say
16 people who think that, yeah.
Yeah. But I will say this, dude. I like Fletcher. Like, if you're going to develop a guy, okay, he's got size. He doesn't just flip. Yeah, he does dumb shit for sure. But at least, like, he is a young guy that you could say is an AEW homegrown dude, and he doesn't look out of place wrestling anyone on the roster. You know what I mean? Okay. Whereas, like, you know, like a fucking Garcia just looks out of place. Fletcher doesn't, you know, he's like above 6 feet. He's been bulking up, and I mean, yeah, he's got some tattoos and shaved his head, so he's Randy Orton. You fucking marks.
Okay, that's awesome.
That's what they want to say. I don't know if I've ever heard of Fishers, Indiana, or Indianapolis. Where the fuck are they, dude?
Fishers, Indiana. I never heard of it either. And there was a few people from Indiana that were just like, I've never heard of it either. But yeah, it's a brand new venue. 7,500 seater, possibly in the middle of nowhere, but it's brand new. It opened up just at the tail end of last month, and they couldn't sell it out. They only got 37% people in there. Crazy.
So we got Anna Jay and Penelope Ford as well, who are both like, okay, these ladies show up on TV, then they lose to whoever's getting over. They're trying to beat over our heads on TV. So now they're just going to face each other. So double knockout? Right. No, double count out? How does Tony book this one here? And then Pac versus Jay White. I mean, that's a fun match. If that was in WWE, I mean, we'd be like, what the fuck? And then Brody King and Claudio's fun too. But again, you can't just all have fun matches. It's all fun. And then, yeah, we have the Dynamite Dozen Battle Royal, which I am looking forward to, although, you know, Tony Khan notoriously, like, they book the sloppiest battle royals that are just convoluted and shit. But you see the banners there, 2019, 20, 21, 22, 23. MJF's won the Battle Royale. He's defended the ring. The Mole is saying some shit about he's going to, and whether the Mole's right or not, but he's saying some shit about like MJF's still gonna get the ring back, but what this is all leading to is like him versus Adam Cole, but he's gonna get the ring again this year. So I mean, well,
they're not gonna mix things up.
Yeah, exactly. It's like no one else is going to win this goddamn ring. Like, it's not like this ring has, I mean, yeah, it's part of MJF's thing where he puts the ring on and punches people, but it's like, what happens if he leaves the company and no one else ever wins this thing? It just seems, it just seems stupid. You know what I mean? This whole fucking, but I'll give it a chance. We'll give the wrestling a chance.
I got a question for you, Phil.
Yeah, for sure.
It's the same question I asked last night. And on a few spaces. Can you spot a 3-dimensional character on that poster there? Like, who's got depth? What wrestler isn't 1-dimensional on that poster right there?
I'm gonna just look at it. Like,
and being black isn't a dimension, by the way.
Hey, come on now, Awful. You know me better than that. No, okay. If I just look away and look at the goddamn screen, I don't know. Brody King kind of pops out to me. He's a guy that just pops out to me for whatever reason. But yeah, I don't know. Right? Benjamin,
yeah, they're all 1-dimensional. So yeah,
it's Benjamin, but he's 50 and already had his runs in WWE.
And he's barely had any sort of storyline arc, except for that whole mama phase.
right. But and I don't know, man. He did good shit with Evolution and all that stuff when he first went to Raw. And then it built him up to eventually becoming IC champ, you know?
Right. And then
he was doing good shit.
Now he's facing Kyle Fletcher on AEW Dynamite.
Yeah, but he earned that, bro. 50 years of age or however old. 48.
My whole point is that none of them are dimensional or multi-dimensional characters that are compelling at all. And I saw your good friend George Captor, he had put a number up there, 626 or some shit. I'm saying 616 for tomorrow night's rating.
I said 601, but I was talking shit. I'll go closer to 610 to 620. I'll fucking go low. Fuck it. Because every time I go high, it ends up being lower anyway. 610 to 6. That's what I'm gonna go with. But yeah, and then you're looking at the card, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, like half the people are fucking WWE guys.
Yeah,
you know, one person in each match was made in WWE. Yeah, so it is what it is, guys. That's the card. I mean, yeah, it's background noise, and I'm gonna pay attention to the fucking battle royal. That's about it. So yeah, there you go. But what I do want to do is talk about something that's not so sad, something very exciting. Chat, I want to review NXT. Awful. Did you happen to watch NXT last night or at any point?
No, I did not. No.
Okay, so this show, it's pretty goddamn good. So coming off the back of like one of the greatest Raws ever, in my fucking opinion, you know, they're setting everything up for Deadline this Saturday, and they have these Iron Survivor challenges or whatever.
Right.
And basically tonight was setting all of that up, but the show kicks off with like Jada Parker in a match. She's just oozing charisma. She's $1 million fucking dollars. And then after her match, a bunch of bullshit breaks out, and then she comes back out to the arena like with a mic and a brick, and she's like, cuts the realest promo ever, where she's just yelling about Lola Vice, and she's like, you want to fight? Like, you want to do NXT Underground? Okay, take the ropes off right now. Like, yelling at the ref, get the ropes off right now. And so they start unhooking the ropes. They're like, I don't know what the fuck to do. She's got a brick. And then they cut to commercial. She also dropped an N-bomb on the ref, on the mic. She pulls
Yeah,
a
I heard
Booker
it.
T, dude.
It was like
Yeah,
this Zapruder film, back and to the left, back and to the. I just kept hearing it. I thought she said Nick, but then I was just like, nah. She said.
I ain't even gonna tell you what I thought I heard, awful. We'll get.
Yeah.
But yeah, dude.
She said Nicka.
Yeah. Oh man. So yeah, man. She dropped it. Like, they go to commercial break, they come back, they're unscrewing the ropes, all that. Lola comes out, she cuts a great promo as well. Just, she's like, you idiot, you worked yourself like into my hands. I'm the fucking queen of these matches, so you're toast. And then Ava Rain's like, look, we're not doing this tonight at the PLE or whatever, blah, blah, blah. So just money through and through. Two ladies who are just phenomenal. They had a number one contender tag team battle royal. I didn't really care about it, to be honest. There was some flips and some flops. The no quarter catch crew won. We also had Ren Sinclair get a big win. I'm a huge fucking fan of Ren Sinclair. She's the future Chelsea Green. When there's no more Chelsea Green, Ren will be in her prime and will be Chelsea Green. That's as far as like just being able to wrestle anyone, sell character, fucking serious, tag team, solo, whatever. She's that girl. Bischoff as well. He comes out at some point. He gets a decent pop. X-Pac showed up as well to like give Javon Evans. Is that the right name? I'm so sorry. Jay Malachi.
Yeah, it is.
I think he was Javon Evans, right? Yeah, sorry, I knew him on the Indies first. So the bouncy guy, right? He gets the rub from X-Pac in kind of a cringe promo, and I'm sitting here thinking, like, dude, they're overexposing Javon. Like, I get it. Every legend's going to give him the rub. But, you know, RVD comes out. They're like, Javon, hit a frog splash. He fucking doesn't hit it that clean. Hey, you're going to eat the RKO out of nowhere. It's going to be the craziest one anyone's ever seen. It doesn't get hit that clean. He does this promo with X-Pac. They're both kind of staggering a bit. It's kind of awkward. There's no real chemistry between them. It's like, shit, man. So I think they're overexposing him a bit. They got to just let him wrestle and be bouncy and bounce around. And then, we had, just do his thing, man. Bischoff comes out. He fucking puts over Ridge. He puts over Trick. Ridge and Trick, I don't know. Ridge kind of cooked Trick a little bit on the mic, I felt like. And he was a little off as well. Like, he's not the best on the mic or anything, but it was a good, the crowd was behind it and everything. And then the show basically ends with women's chaos. Carmen Petrovich versus Nikita Lyons. They fight over Ashanti the Adonis, basically, is what the feud is. They're like fighting over him. And then ultimately what happens is, and then we had, the main event was, so I'm jumping ahead here. Petrovich beats Lyons, and I didn't realize she's fucking Canadian, so shout out Petrovich. I'm on the bandwagon. Gigi Dolan returns with Paxley, and then these women actually, I believe, end the show with Izzy Dame, and then a whole women's brawl breaks out, and you see here Sean Spears is like trying to pick up on Gigi a bit, join my cult, and then the show ends with Ren Sinclair holding the fucking women's title over a beat-up Roxanne, dude, and all the women being pulled apart, but little old Ren Sinclair from AEW, mind you, from AEW Dark, right? We're working with Jade Cargill and shit, making her look like $1 million. And now she's in NXT and she's holding the title, standing over Roxanne Perez, talking shit. And she's like, I'm winning this thing. So I don't think she'll actually win it at Deadline, but fuck, man, the women are just, and Zarya's out there and everyone. And it's like, dude, Rhea, you better look out for your job too. They canned Indy Hartwell because they got Zarya, a different chick from Australia. Hey, Rhea, you better look out because this girl's got it in fucking spades. I'm just joking. Obviously, her and Rhea will team one day or something, but it's like, goddamn, man, this girl's got it. And then, and just the ending, like, I didn't expect to see Ren holding the belt. So the women in NXT continuing to cook. Wasn't as good as Raw, but it was a fucking spectacular show. Also, Eddie Thorpe, they had the last chance qualifier. Eddie Thorpe won. Shout him out. That's for my fucking indigenous people right there. He's going to Deadline. And also, what else happened? Fucking Trick got like stretchered out as well by Ridge Holland. So a lot of juice in the squeeze there. And overall, I don't know, I'll give it like a B+ show. And that's my quick freestyle NXT review chat. Hopefully you all enjoyed that.
How's Nikita how's Nikita Lyons doing?
I'm not the biggest fan of her wrestling really anymore, and her promos are kind of cringe, and I'm not trying to hate on her, but I did a hired or fired with WWE, and I was like, listen, we're hiring her, but she's a valet who can get physical if she needs to. She's a valet who'll pull those nunchucks out, and instead of doing like, her whole entrance is like she twerks, throws punches and kicks, and does nunchucks. It's like, bro, you got to pick one of those things. One thing's got to be your gimmick. So she fucking should just be like a valet that'll nunchuck a dude in the face or wheel kick a guy in the head. Yeah, I think that would be more effective.
Maybe be the manager for Omos.
Boom, right there. And Obafemi, dude. Wakanda forever. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Let's do it, man.
Rile those Southerners right on up.
Yeah. Oh shit. So Lincoln Hawk for $5 says, congrats on 5K, Phil. Slam that like and join the Discord. Yes, get in the Discord, guys, and hit the fucking like button. Please, let's get it to 100. There's 154 watching. Run them up to 100. I'll stop asking. Also, patreon.com, dude, /ProWrestleTimes. I forgot to say this. If you use PWT Xmas as a code, you get 25% off as well until the new year. They emailed me, so I was like, sure, I'll do that. And consider that as well if you want to support. If not, just hit the like. Pete and that's a good way to support too. Pete in Texas, member for 3 months. You're the shit, dude. You ain't hype. As you all file in, hit the like. Thank you. See, everyone's holding it down. And look, awful. He put a yellow emoji all the way to the blackest of hands there. The whole spectrum here, right? We're a diverse bunch here in the PWT universe. So
very pretty. Very pretty.
Yes.
You did good, boy.
And Hunito Valadon, which sounds like a fucking a Power Ranger or something. It sounds like a Digimon or something. Welcome, a new member. Round of applause for all of our super chatters and members. Thank you guys so much. God damn, we're going off here. It's amazing. Okay, so I got some like news to throw at you there. Awful. Are you down?
Let's do this. Let's see what the knuckleheads at the IWCNN have conjured up.
We're going to start with some light news, guys. So let's look in our UFC, MMA, nothing. So light news. We'll go into miscellaneous here. Okay, so here is Kota Ibushi with a terrible fucking staph infection recently. And people were wondering what this is. That's just really bad staph. And a lot of people are like, oh, that's fucked. How dare you do that? But it's like, I don't know, man. Lots of guys get it if you're like on the mats and shit. So it's like, I don't know. It's gross. And yeah, you maybe shouldn't wrestle. You're going to spread it around. But at the same time, like, it could happen if you go to the gym.
Looks like his back has an eyeball.
Yeah, dude. He better get that taken care of, though, because that's like real bad. You don't want to get Kevin Randleman.
Yeah. It's going to grow another Kota Ibushi.
yeah, exactly. A fucking head will spurt out. Maybe it'll do better moves.
Possibly. Tag team.
Yeah, maybe you can cut a promo. So fuck, that's harsh. Effy to replace Ricky Starks against Matt Cardona at GCW, highest in the room. Shout out Travis Scott. And Effy's gonna replace Ricky Starks. We covered it on the show before, but yeah, we have a follow-up with Effy and Tony Khan, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. So Lord White, the real Lord White of Soft Ground Uganda Wrestling, he's starting his own league. I don't know, but they're saying Triple H, like this random thing is like Pro Wrestle Feed is like Triple H has officially announced the launch of NXT Africa. Like, obviously, he didn't do that, but the first installment in the NXT expansion series, the new brand will showcase talent from across the continent. And then, is this for real, or because Boom Bash sent it to Soft Ground's group telling them to be strong? Everything he says is either lies or something he's wrong about because he's very low IQ. God damn it. I love when people throw low IQ around. It's the funniest thing. But yeah, so Lord White's just saying, congrats, you managed to fool Pro Wrestle Feed and Boom Bash with this one. Some fake fucking headline. And I don't know. I just bring it to you guys because we've been chronicling the Soft Ground Uganda bullshit here on PWT. So there's a little update. I guess they're still up to no good. Neckbeards posted this: next AEW multi-million-dollar contract game changers incoming. So Dave Meltzer in this week's Wrestling Observer newsletter states that several New Japan contracts expire at the end of January, noting such names as Sabre Jr., ZSJ, pardon me, former never open weight. They list all of his shit. Jeff Cobb. So basically the only names in New Japan are like Zack Sabre, Jeff Cobb. They're going to become official free agents. Tony.
God damn.
Yeah, is probably going to throw them a shitload of money. And
They all sound like realtors. They don't sound like professional wrestlers. Like, what is going on? Like, come on, give me some great nicknames for these guys. Does Zack Sabre Jr. have a nickname? Does Jeff Cobb, who did my lawn last week? What's going on?
Zack Sabre Jr., bruv. He's like he's a technical wrestler, bruv. You know,
Callum Newman, my accountant.
So I don't know, man. Do you think Tony throws like millions at Zack Sabre to like keep him from going anywhere? Or obviously it's not a game changer. Like, just any thoughts on these New Japan? Like, do you think Tony cares, or do you think WWE makes a play for any of these guys even?
For what reason? If Zack Sabre, how long has been Zack Sabre Jr.? I can't speak tonight. Zack Sabre Jr. How long has he been on the Indies? How long has he been a pro?
Years, dude. Decades.
Decades? Okay. Well, you know, if you haven't gotten to the big leagues yet, then you're not going to. And we could talk about AJ Styles, but he's 1 in a trillion. But Zack Sabre Jr., you're not it. Jeff Cobb, don't even know who the hell you are. And Callum Newman, call me back. I told you about my APR mortgage loan.
Yeah, Zack Sabre was in the Cruiserweight Classic one year, and then I think they offered him a contract and he turned it down or something. So it's like, whatever. He doesn't want to be there. Doesn't want to embrace the grind, bro. Maria Kanellis reveals cancer-free status after tumor battle. I guess it went over to Ibushi's back there. But either way, it's sorry. Yeah.
Why'd you say it like that, Phil? She's cancer-free.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying. Well, it's because it's good for her, dude. That's amazing, actually. Yeah. You know, so prayers up for her, and I guess our best wishes work. You know, here's Ariel. Here's Ariel Helwani defending himself
against what?
Well, the sickos, man, because people fucking come at him because he interviews Eric Bischoff, or he just says, "What do you think about AEW?" And then Eric Bischoff goes off on a tangent, and somehow that's Ariel Helwani's fault. Now, also, we've played on the show, you know, Ariel Helwani and the boys in the back, shout them all out. They fucking were like kind of making fun of the Costco guys. Like, they're like, "Oh, come on, that's not going to change things around for them." And like, Ariel's obviously joking, and the boys in the back are roasting it, you know, and that sort of thing. So I get it. They're mad. Oh, he interviews he interviewed Cody Rhodes, you know, he interviewed Punk. We hate him. But here's Ariel just defending his fucking wrestling fandom, the same thing we've all had to do, but we're fucking tired of doing. But obviously Ariel's on his own now, so he's gonna do it now, and he's interviewing more wrestlers and shit, and I love it. He's shining light on both products, dude. He's shining light on AEW too. And if you guys don't like that people's opinion of AEW is that it's Bush League, then you need to look yourselves in the fucking mirror. I don't know.
Speaking of that Eric Bischoff interview, a lot of people, as I predicted, how did I know? So very upset afterwards and blaming me, thinking that I'm in cahoots or something. I'll say it once, I'll say it a million times. First of all, I love when they say this is the sad state of wrestling journalism. I'm not a wrestling journalist.
Boom. He's not a wrestling journalist. That's the key thing. He's just a fan, so he interviews wrestlers and shit. Now, is that some form of journalism because he's a legit journalist? Yes, but he hires other people to cover the wrestling shit. And yeah, when he's talking MMA, you listen. When he's talking pro wrestling, it's just his opinion. And yeah, to get mad over what Eric Bischoff's been saying for 2 years at Helwani. And yeah, they just think he's a shill and shit, but it's bullshit, man. Anyone who actually listens knows that. And look, a Bills fucking helmet in the back. Shout out George.
I love the art form. I love the form of entertainment. I don't cover it on a day-to-day basis, so I don't think it would be fair to call myself a wrestling journalist. I have no vendetta, no skin in the game. I don't work for WWE. Yes, Nick Khan was my agent. I'm the one who has brought this up a gazillion times. You're not revealing anything by bringing this up. I hardly speak to them. I've tried to get AEW people on the show a gazillion times. They can tell you all about it.
Well, we won't let them, because one time I had an awkward interview on his show, and that was his fault too. That I coughed and fucking choked on phlegm in the middle. Did you ever see that interview? Awful with.
Of course
Ariel
I did, and any interview that he has with anybody, he gives them absolutely nothing. So,
And what the fuck happened?
what's the
where
point
he,
of having him on
showed-
twice?
Yeah, and he like gagged like at the start. He's like, "Oh, excuse me," and he's like throwing up off camera. Tony Khan during that Ariel interview, it was the weirdest thing ever. And Ariel's sitting there like, "What the fuck? Like, what's wrong with this guy?" And
Withdrawal.
Yeah, like what was that? Go back and watch it. Anyone can go watch it. I actually need that clip for the next video. I'm gonna dig that up, but the next music video. But yeah, it's like Tony Khan came and gave this guy an awkward ass shitty interview, and the fans are still mad at Ariel because Nick Khan was his agent a long time ago. Nick Khan was a lot of people's agents a long time ago. That used to be what his job was. What the fuck?
They're not very.
Now his job's in WWE. Do you guys not have jobs? Do you guys not get how this shit works? You know,
Very, helpful in that regard. Although I know that there are several who would like for them to be on the program. And of course, you'll then say, why would they want him on? You know, why would they want this guy on the show? He'll talk like, I love wrestling. I'm a fan of wrestling. I push to have it a part of Uncrowned. There's no vendetta. Get over yourself. Stop being in your feelings. Stop feeling sorry for yourself. Stop feeling sorry for the state of the company right now, or making excuses. It's all very tribal and weird. There's no one out to get you. There's no one out to get them, and certainly not here on this show. And if you follow me, the best is when I see MMA fans say, I'm a fan of your unbiased MMA journalism, but I don't like the way you talk about AEW. And it's like, if you know me as an MMA journalist and you know how I try to shine a light on the other promotions and champion the content.
Yeah, dude, Ariel's ride or die. He shits all over UFC whenever he can, and he rides for like Bellator and the Saudis and fucking PFL and all that shit. So he wants AEW to be great. Everyone does, other than awful, I think. But yeah,
You're goddamn right.
Yeah, you're goddamn right. Exactly. And he admits it. That's why we love him. But you know, a lot of people won't admit that, like, nah, WWE is good, or they won't admit, like, no, you're not really a big fan of this. You're just in this like cult thing, getting behind Tony Khan, and that's cool too. But here's the other thing here, and that's enough of Ariel. Listen, we get the point. But he also hired what's his name, Cam Hawk, Seahawk on Twitter, and he's like friends with AEW guys. That's who Ariel hired as his like writer, to cover wrestling or whatever. And he's like an AEW
Who the hell is
guy.
that?
Northern Seahawk on Twitter. I forget his name. Cam Hawkins, I want to say his name is.
Okay.
I don't know if it's. Yeah, look him up. He's a personality on Twitter, and I'm surprised you guys never crossed paths. But
we might have.
He's
I'm
like
not really sure.
Yeah, he's like a big voice, and he's worked for like fucking a lot of publications. He's like a really well-known like writer in the wrestling space and stuff.
Okay.
And I like his shit. And he's like a very pro AEW guy. He hangs out with like Daniel Garcia and shit. And I hate on Garcia. You know, a lot of people are like, dude, Garcia is why the company's dying. And that's who Ariel hired to like write for his new Uncrowned thing or whatever he's doing. So yeah, you guys got it twisted, you know, like he's not trying to hate on AEW. It's not his fault when people cut promos on it, or when you just point out how it's a Bush League. It's not anyone's fault but AEW's fault. Former WWE, anything you want to add to that, Awful, or no?
Nah, go ahead.
So former WWE star Rene Dupree says he's going to get help for substance abuse issues. Now, I don't need to read his whole statement here, but he just says the power of addiction is cunning, and it was a bump in the road. So what happened was, like, Teddy Hart came on his stream, and then he was like blacked out, wasted, and he didn't even really say anything fucked up, but he was like ashamed of it the next day, and he's like going to get help and stuff. I don't know. He jumped on a stream and was like super shameful and stuff. I just want to shout out Rene Dupree, though, because I like his pod, and if he's struggling with shit, that's unfortunate. Prayers up for him. But like he didn't.
So I had this all wrong. Yeah. I thought Teddy Hart was the one that showed up on this, because I'm only hearing about this recently. I thought Teddy Hart was the one that showed up fucked up.
No, well, maybe he was fucked up, but Rene was fucked up too, and he
Gotcha.
like cut like an apology video the next day and was like, I'm so sorry, like I need help, blah blah blah. And yeah, Teddy's always fucked up. So I don't know. Was he fucked? Who knows? You don't know if that he's always fucked up in my mind, right? Dude's at least on some pills or something. So yeah, I don't know what was going on, but yeah, Renee is going to seek help for his stuff as well, and wishing him the best. And shout out Teddy Hart too, but he's a crazy ass dude. I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't know what kind of conversation you're gonna get out of him other than like a bunch of incoherent like fucking nonsense, you know. So whatever, though, they're boys.
Yeah, what's he been doing lately? I mean, and after that, it's just like, okay, well, thanks for being on the show.
Yeah. Well, no, do you want to know something awful? When I came on the air just now, like as I was setting up my live show, they were on the air again with Teddy Hart. I don't know if they were re-debuting or if they're like, we're gonna do a sober cast or what, but I saw Cafe de Renee on air with Teddy Hart. Or I don't know if it was just like a premiere of a clip or something. I'd have to look into it. But yeah, they were live with something. So I was going to check it out after the show. I don't know. I'm praying they're all good. This right here, Kayla Becker, right? So what was her name again? Kayla Braxton. So she leaves WWE. And this girl here, someone on OnlyFans, YouTube doesn't like that shit. Sophie Rain. So she claims she made $43 million in 1 year off OF. This one girl right here, dude, on the left.
I am transfixed with Kayla's picture there. She is a fox.
She is, dude. But listen to me. Stop simping, boys. Boys, stop simping, bro. 43 million.
Yeah.
Okay, and get it. I'm not hating, but like, goddamn, 43 million. Oh my God, guys, there are things you could be doing. But yeah, so Kayla contemplates.
Do you believe that, by the way? $43 million.
Maybe like, no. I mean, really?
I say $4.3 million.
That's what I'm
$43 million is a lot of money for a girl that looks like every other OnlyFans girl out there.
That's what I'm saying. There's 8, like Kayla's prettier than that girl, in my opinion. So I just. Anyways, 43 million a year is starting to make me care a little less about my dignity. You know what I mean? Whoa, hold on. Thirstcast.
You what?
Man, I could never do the OF thing. Okay. But God bless the women out on there making millions by showing men what they often already see for free on social media. Exactly. That's the point I'm getting to. Let's say it is 4.3 though. That's still crazy. Awful. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a lot of money to be throwing away on some titties.
Throwing at these hoes, dude. It is crazy.
What can be said?
Got to get those Usher bucks, man. That story when Usher showed up at the strip club and he was like throwing all this money around, and then the strippers were picking it up, and it was like fake money with his face on it.
All right, but Kayla Becker, boy, if she gives me that look, it's going down.
Yeah, awful fucking thirst casting over here. But yeah, Sophie Rain, I guess shout her out.
Oh man, what the hell?
Yeah. She got that Tony Khan OF contract over there, apparently. But yeah, that was miscellaneous news. Actually, we got more. Actually, I think we got TNA here. Boo, 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 boo. Actually, so those in TNA were said to be happy about the live reception of Matt Riddle's debut at Turning Point. So I don't know if you're aware of this, but at the last PLE for TNA, Matt Riddle showed up, and they would not commit to using him again in the future, though. This is according to Fightful. Riddle found out not long before the show about being brought in. So he was brought in for like a one-shot chat. I guess that answers our question from before. He's not, I don't think he's like contracted full time. And for some reason, he's very taboo with all of these promotions. Awful. Do you think he's just like wiling out off the deep end since he's been like let go from WWE? Do you think he's just like, fuck it, I'm not getting drug tested or anything anymore? So like, why is it no one will really touch him? Like, you think they'd sign him? He's a big name. Are we there? Or are you muted? Okay. Well, either way, shout out Matt Riddle. I guess I think he's partying and we just don't know. And we're not hearing it behind the scenes. Awful. He'll probably be back in. I don't know what happened. Maybe bad connection or something. But yeah, so Riddle's not reliable, but who knows about that, because he was last minute brought in to to be on this event. So it's like, I don't know. I feel like that's reliable if Fightful's right there. Like last minute, they're like, Riddle, can you come? And then he shows up. Is that a good thing? I say it is. I say that's reliable. So TNA, this is TNA says breaking. Due to the overwhelming winner, TNA is bringing big pay-per-view events to both Los Angeles and New York in 2025, dude. And they're booking the UBS Arena in New York. And they're doing St. Joseph, Missouri, whatever. But this UBS Arena in New York, and all these fucking sickos and marks tried to tell me online. Here, I'm looking up the UBS Arena capacity because all these fucking sickos tried to tell me that, TNA isn't the number 2 and blah, blah, blah. Oh, you think they're going to outdraw fucking AEW and all this stuff? And I'm like, yeah, on these pay-per-views, they're going to, right? And so TNA goes like breaking due to no overwhelming winner. Yeah, so they had like a vote or something like that as well. So they're going to both New York and Los Angeles. I think this was a promotional tactic to get everyone involved in both places, and then you just gauge it and do a show there anyways. But they're going to do the UBS Arena. You could have 17,000 people there for NHL games. Now, did they fill 17,000 people? I don't think so. Obviously, it'll be less than that for wrestling if you do like a big stage, which TNA doesn't really do that often. But I will say this. If they pull this off and do like a 10,000, because they're doing another building that's like 7,000 or whatever. If they do like a 10K for the pay-per-view, because you can't shit on the weekly TV show. Like personally, it's crazy. In my opinion, it's crazy that WWE sells out 10K plus every Raw and SmackDown, but a show doesn't need to do that. Like if you're a weekly television wrestling show, you can be in a fucking studio. You could be in the same building. You can run small buildings every week, and then the PLEs can be in huge buildings for all I care. That's not like what I care about. I don't care if the wrestling's in a big building. You know what I mean? Other than if it's like, okay, you're running a big empty building and the show looks like shit. Why are you doing that? I would have the same criticism for WWE. I have in the past, just didn't have a fucking pod when Vince was running into the shits and they were getting tarped off and shit as well, But yeah, NXT's the shit. Like I'm all about the smaller venue if you can just pack a building. It doesn't matter, and film a good TV show, right? ECW did that all the time. They were packed to the gills. So even though they had like zero production value, they were able to make it look cool. So all I'm saying is that if TNA, like I don't give a fuck what they draw on their TV show every week, right? But their pay-per-views, if their pay-per-views start doing equal to or greater than AEW pay-per-views or like about roughly the same, that's crazy. And I've been saying it, dude. It's AEW versus TNA, MLW, and GCW. Not fucking WWE anymore. That conversation's long gone. But 71 likes. Is Jericho going to be singing on the 5K sub celebration show? Yeah, guys, it's a 5K sub celebration show. Let's get it on here. Guys, run those likes up. We are going to get them to 100, and then I will stop asking. That's how it goes, okay? So until then, fucking run them up. Yeah, so that was TNA news, and that was our light news segment. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for light news. When does Dynamite start in half an hour? Jeepers Creepers. We're going to have to put that on as well. And yeah, shout out, and I guess round of applause for Awful. I don't know where the fuck he went, but maybe he'll be back. Maybe he just didn't want to talk about TNA and shit like that. You know what I mean? I don't think he watched that shit. So coming at the wrong time, but no. It's light news, though. We always start with light news, right? And then we check in with chat. We see what chat's doing. Dana White hates Riddle. Yeah, that's true, too. But I'm not talking about WWE. I'm talking about Christopher Reed. I'm talking about, like, other companies. Like, why the fuck won't TNA? Like, TNA can hire who they want. I know, they're working with WWE. It doesn't mean Dana White's going to be like, hey, TNA can't. He doesn't even know what TNA is, you know? But yeah, I get that aspect with the whole, because he failed like weed tests for them too. TNA needs a real good TV deal. Yeah. I don't know what they're doing is working. I don't know if they're hoping like Axis will blow up. Slammiversary is their biggest show of the year. They will probably set it up for 8 to 9K, curtain half the building. They should not do that. They should just go to a smaller building. You know, but if they do 10 and it's like 7 empty, well, if they do that and it fucking, listen, if they do that, the fucking 8 to 9K, just applaud them, period. I don't care. I'll let them have a pass on whatever building they choose the first one, but if it like makes the show look like shit, 22 more likes. Honestly, can't take Jericho. Well, I've heard Jericho a bunch of times. Are we not? How many likes do we need? We have 200 people watching, and we don't have 100 likes yet. Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna do something, and then if there's not 100 likes, I have a very special next guest coming on the show. Okay. Do you think Paramount? His name's Chris. You guys can get. Fuck, maybe. I don't know, dude. You know, he should do one of those celebrity like Jake Paul fight things before, like, people don't want to do those anymore. You know what I mean? Let's look at memes. Let's see if we got any new memes here. Meltzer when Raw opens 30 minutes commercial free. Meltzer when Dynamite has a 10-minute overrun. That's amazing. You're going to hit 100 before AEW goes live. That's awesome. Yeah, thanks, Northern DC. You know, our record was like 35 minutes, I think. But, yeah, we weren't going to beat that today. And out of the blue, 5K Selly, which was amazing. So, yeah, that's a hilarious meme as well. Let's fucking, what else do we got? Oh, no, I shouldn't have removed that. I got to find that again. I believe in John Hendry. Speaking of Ariel and boys in the back. And then, yeah, we got a Mary Triple H clause here. And I'm going to do some sort of Christmas stream. I don't know what it's like going to be on Christmas Eve or whatever, but I'm going to I don't know what day it falls on, but I'm going to do that as well, where we do jolly old times and maybe announce should we do like winners of the year again? We should do that. Hey, like awards, PWT awards again. We should do that. We're going to do that. I'll set it up. It's very late in the year, but I'll give you guys like a few weeks to vote. And then, yeah, Dynamite starts in 20 minutes. Yeah, let's run those up. Okay, so we looked at memes. We're not at 100 likes. So joining us now on the show, ladies and gentlemen, a very special guest here to cheer us all up, dedicated to George Capture. Actually, I have a note here. It says dedicated to George Capture.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let me get wild. Yay!
Oh, so I heard Jericho's warming up for an encore, I was told, until we get to, we're 9 likes away. So let's before we get an encore over here, okay? And sorry everybody whose earlobes I destroyed. Let's dive into some hot stuff, some good stuff.
Emotional damage.
Why are you not talking about Punk Nemeth? Because I already have like 1,000 times, bro. What's going on with them now? I talked about them like yesterday with the during my TNA run-in. So I don't know, buddy. If there's anything new to add, let me know, chat. Okay, chat. You guys got to let me know. Do you want? We're gonna do it backwards. We're gonna do some Dave and some sickos first. Actually, no, because some of that stuff's reactionary. So here, I'm going to put a poll in the chat, and you guys are going to let me know. Do you want or no, fuck a poll. You guys are just gonna tell me. Do you want TNA? I mean, not TNA, AEW or WWE news first? Just tell me in the chat, and then I'll see if I overrule it. But let me know. Jericho's warming up for an encore, so we need those 100 likes. And while we get to 100 likes, you guys tell me, do you want WWE hot news or AEW hot news first? Thank you very much, guys, for telling me what you need. It makes my job so easy. Thank you very, very much. WWE news, brother. Yeah, I see more WWE's in there. I see more. We need 4 likes, brothers. Jericho's warming up. Me. Do you guys hear that? That's him. Me. I look and see. That's him, dude. 3 more. Let's go. Okay, so I think WWE news. It's Dynamite night. AEW bad news. WWE. Yeah, I think we'll start because the AEW is usually funnier, and WWE's news is usually more epic. So let's dive into WWE. Okay, so WWE news. Let's dive right into things. This is funny too. We got a lot in here. So Vanessa Hudgens on Rhea Ripley. She says, "I'm her biggest fan, and I have the biggest girl crush on her. I could just watch her forever." So there you go. Vanessa Hudgens, who we covered as well on the show, is getting stalked by like weird accounts like, "Oh, you should watch AEW." They tried to Kat Dennings her. Craziness. So Bronson Reed suffered an injury to one of and possibly both of his ankles on landing when he attempted the tsunami off the top of the cage. Reed also required assistance to get to the back following the match. If you guys want my review of that spectacular Raw, one of the greatest Raws of all time, check out the podcast I did. PWT Podcast 84. I think it dropped this morning. Yeah, with Rock and Ropes. Make sure you guys check that out. And yeah, we got footage of it as well. It was nasty what happened to his ankle, but we're one monster down, we're one monster back up with Drew McIntyre being back in the fold. So moving along, Saturday night's main event, and this was like a week ago or so, 2 days ago rather, this was posted, but the last update was from a week ago. Or no, sorry, it's up 1,300 since the last update. See, I'm fucking dumb. So 12,000. They're at about 13,000. They're going to sell this thing out 14,000 people, and it's for Saturday night's main event. You know what I mean? Like just insane business, man. Insane business. So good for WWE. And yeah, that thing is sold out. And they announced, which we're going to get to, another main event as well. And I think they're going to go down monthly. Here, I'm going to big screen this. We're going to silencia it, but watch Reed's ankle. I think they do a zoom in here. So hopefully we don't get Don Stevens. But like you guys see his foot. That's his foot. Like if you guys look by everyone's feet, the Prime logo, that's Bronson's foot like flat there, and it just squishes. Look. Oh, I can't even look myself. Ooh. Ooh. So that's like Dunzo and both of his legs. Might have went. So that is
You what?
sick. That's disgusting, but it is what it is, man. And I hope he's okay and speedy recovery and all that, but you got to do what you got to do. Here we go. So Eric Bischoff talks a little bit. We talked about Ariel Helwani earlier, and Bischoff had this to say about the Bloodline versus NWO and what was a better, and check out Ariel Helwani's show in this entire interview. Really great stuff. And Bischoff's been making the media rounds. He was also on Quentin Rampage Jackson's podcast as well, and he's showing up all over the place doing media and all that, so that's really cool. Hey, Eric, come roast Dave on PWT. That'd be amazing. But yeah, he compares the Bloodline and the NWO, and I actually agree with Bischoff here as well. NWO had a greater impact on like the landscape of pro wrestling, and it always will. However, the Bloodline is like a better story, like as far as, the ebbs and flows, the twists and turns, the good, the bad, the ugly, it's all the redemption, the betrayal, the love, the tragedy, all that shit is better than NWO. However, the NWO did have a bigger impact. So some people might disagree with this, but everyone was all triggered over this. Shout out Ariel Helwani.
Like I said, I watched your post show on Saturday after Survivor Series, which I enjoyed very much. Always enjoy your content. And I want to push back on one thing, if I may. You said towards the end that the Bloodline has surpassed NWO as the greatest faction in wrestling history. And
no, I said greatest storyline.
Storyline.
There's a difference.
Okay, fair enough. And I'd love to ask about that. My apologies. I want to get it right. And I do believe I got this part right. You said that it's been about like 2 years since they've surpassed it, right? And that part kind of blew me away. 2 years. I mean, it's a 4-year story if we want to count like Roman's return at SummerSlam in 2020 as the beginning of it all with Paul Heyman. I felt, and not because I want you to give yourself the old Barry Horowitz, but I found that to be very surprising. And so could we expand on that? Why do you think it's the best storyline in wrestling history, surpassing the NWO?
Well, let me first kind of talk about the distinction. I think no storyline, no faction, in my opinion, will have the impact that the NWO
There's
storyline
no way.
had.
Because of the NWO, you got like DX even. So some people are like, well, what about DX? They wouldn't even exist if it wasn't for NWO. And I fucking love DX, by the way, too, growing up. That was my shit. Playing No Mercy, that was just my squad. DX had all the belts, you know?
Just in the state of the business at the time, the evolution of the business, just the timing was perfect for the NWO. And it's still one of the top selling merchandise items in the WWE catalog. So there's that. I think the quality of the Bloodline storyline, however, just in terms of its discipline, the arc that it's created, the benefits that have resulted from it in terms of talent. I mean, just look at, we've kind of already forgotten a little bit, but look at Sami Zayn. Look at that storyline did for Sami. Look what it's done for so many people, that it's elevated from literally out of nowhere or kind of mid-card, kind of mid-roster status into superstars. The amount of money that's been generated from that storyline. I just don't think you can look at it as a piece of business and think of anything that's even close in terms of the Bloodline storyline from a storyline point of view. From an impact point of view, I don't think Bloodline will ever come close to it.
Yeah, he makes a compelling argument there. I don't know. Shout out Bischoff. There'll be a bunch of him throughout the night. So if you don't like Bischoff, sorry. Here we go. So here's Io Sky says she trusts the trash can, even though she can't see anything. I'm going to leave this one small, but yeah. So she's asked at the press conference, which is just, I don't know. These press conferences are just goofy, in my opinion, even for WWE. They're so silly, man. But yeah, here's her just responding about diving off of the fucking cage with the trash can.
It's blind. It's completely blind. In the trash can, it's so dark. I can't see anything. But I just jump off. That's it. So that's it. That's simple. Yes.
I don't know. She's adorable. Okay, moving along here. Carolina Cruz. So remember, guys, I told you about her on the show before. She was on WWE Next Gen, right? That show. And I put her over and I showed you the Instagram and I was like, guys, this is the type of thing I'm telling you. Like, she went to Next Gen. She didn't have one. I think she maybe wrestled on a house show for NXT. They released her and she took, and this is Lexis King's girlfriend, by the way, on the indies, and she's actually wrestling that Izzy girl who was like, remember, she was a little girl that Bailey would hug. Now that girl's all grown up. Yeah, that's how old we are, you fucking old farts, including myself in the chat, right? But yeah, no, I love it. It's okay, man. You know, we're young. We're young at heart, bro. No, but listen, I'm 33. I don't know what the fuck you guys talk about. No, I'm just joking. But yeah, Izzy Mania is all grown up now. She's like a wrestler. Izzy Mania, that's her Twitter handle. I forget her name, Izzy whatever. And she wrestled this Carolina Cruz. Now, Carolina Cruz is the perfect example of someone who took everything she learned in the PC and is applying it. And I'm telling you right now, if Tony Khan wanted to get someone new and develop them with a look, this girl right here. You know, this is Lexis King's girlfriend. I'm sure she's going to work her way back into WWE, but watch her, just everything she's doing. Now, I'm not saying it's the next coming of Christ here, but what she's done is applied everything she's learned to the indies, and it's paying off in spades. The look, the vibe, the gear, everything.
Easy Moreno. And she's tough task ahead
That's
of her.
Carolina Cruz, this girl right here. She's like right, one of the Speedway ladies one of the flag girls that like waves the flag at the street races, I think that's her gimmick.
Wrestling need her with the entry into the pro wrestling world program.
A lockup physical sport as Cruz. Starbreaker.
Smart move.
Whoa, no way.
Hey, here's that.
And this Izzy girl grew up and just basically does Bailey's gimmick now. Is that like her gimmick is just doing Bailey's old gimmick? Kind of weird.
But
it's like the Bucks. I guess the Bucks did fucking Shawn Michaels and them forever. So did the Hardy Boys forever.
She's following up, bending Izzy in half. And gets scooped up immediately. Huge cross body. 2. Oh,
ease with which Cruz got Moreno to this muffler.
I don't know what this weird stretch muffler hold is, but.
Oh my God.
Whoa! Here comes Izzy.
Experience coming into.
So she taps, but I don't know, man. You guys can see that, right? And that's WWE ID program. That's NIL program. That's what we're producing. That's a young girl right there. Boom. Applying what she learned. Keep your eye on her. She'll be back in WWE, if not sooner than later. So here's these two, like at the press conference. They're just so goofy. And, Punk, they're like, we need donuts. Like him and Jay are like, we need donuts. And then they get handed, like, what are they called? Macaroons or whatever? I don't know. Just watch this.
My involvement with the Bloodline story is just taking everything I do almost too seriously, maybe. If it's not even about being too serious, it's just about making.
They're just looking for donuts or whatever. Like, how funny is this, man? These things are so funny. Other than moments like this with the Bloodline, these things are completely pointless.
Making it as good as is humanly possible, and I think that's what.
It's like 2 fucking cookies in there or something. What is this?
Are those desserts or what?
Man, we asking for some desserts over here, and she gave us this. Come on, Osama. Osama, come on, man. You've been here longer than all our daddy. Man, I don't want that.
Okay, I'm sorry. I kind of lost track of your question.
Sammy's just pissed. He's all, you guys goofing around during my interview. No, it's kind of funny. But yeah, shout them out. And I don't know. CM Punk with the Bloodline's a good dynamic. I like it, and obviously we're going to get some Roman action spurned off of it. Here, speaking of WWE ID, here's Eric Bischoff's thoughts on the WWE ID program.
I love the idea. I'm very interested in the independent side of things. I think there's not only a great opportunity business-wise, I think there's a great opportunity for young talent to really.
Dude, is fucking Kevin Dunn producing his his sit-down interview?
I mean, think about it. When it comes to the NFL, we all know where NFL players come from, right? They come from college.
Yeah.
We all know where college players come from. They come from high school. We all know where the high school players come from. They come from the Bantam leagues or whatever midget football organizations exist for 5-year-olds and up. But where do professional wrestlers come from? There's not a sophisticated kind of development ground outside of WWE or TNA or AEW, right? There's the independent scene, but it's not very sophisticated. It's not very organized. It's not very structured. So you don't get quite as much out of it as you possibly could. But I think what WWE is doing, I don't understand. I'm not familiar with their business model or what they're attempting to do. But from the outside looking in, I think they're making a.
That's not true, Eric. You're a shill. You're a shill and you know it. Can't wait to get to Meltzer later where he's talking about him. Here's multiple angles of Jimmy Uso splash off the top of the cage. We're going to leave the volume down and leave it small. And he broke his toe as well, diving off this cage. So, damn. And then Bronson Reed's injury. It's crazy. We got so many dives. Like, how about they're all talking about Io's dive with the trash can, which was crazy. And it was, but it's like Tiffy did the front flip off the cage too. Like, they should have let Tiffy just get her moment in. Like, we've seen Io do so many of those you know, trash can stunts. Not that I didn't like it, but it's like, at what point does she like really hurt herself doing it, you know? So yeah, here's Jimmy breaks his toe. Oh, sorry. Here's another angle. Slow-mo. Look at this. Bangs his feet. Like, he went a little high up too. Look at that. Boom. That's crazy, like how he was kind of high up there too, but that was kind of smart because then he got hit in the front and then his bottom half flew backwards, but then his toe slamming on the mat obviously broke a toe. So I don't know, man. He'll be back. He'll be fine. So Jonathan Coachman says that Nia Jax hates him and led the charge for Renee Paquette to replace him on WWE Raw commentary when Coachman came back in. Do y'all remember that? So Coachman says, Nia hates me, by the way. Hates me. Years ago, and this shows how crazy it was at the time, when I left ESPN and I came back to WWE, I told Vince, I've got 4 golf events that I already have on my schedule I don't want to miss. In my first 10 years in the WWE, I missed 1 Monday night. So now I come back 10 years later, tell Vince I'm missing 4 events in that calendar year. How do you think that went over? He said, no problem, coach. We got you. Well, he had me until no problem, coach. We got you, pal. Well, he had me until the second missed event. And then he was like, this is some bullshit. And I know a lot about shit, pal. And then I was like, but I told you. So then they started filling in, and I remember they put Renee in my spot. Nobody liked the fact they brought me back, whatever the reason. I'm not going to use the jealous word. It is what it is. But Nia led the charge. Renee in coach's spot. She didn't like me for whatever reason. I had no issues with Renee. I think Renee's terrific. Yeah, and it's funny how quickly the culture changes, huh? And they're all like, well, Vince is gone. We all want time off to do movies and books and Marvel and... all of the fantastical things, right? So I don't know, man. Times they are changing. Shout out Coachman, shout out Nia Jax. That's funny, it could have just been her ribbing too. And then here's Io Sky, another little funny moment where they're like, who's gonna be in your corner? And then she's like, I'm a member of Damage Control, which is funny. And not only that, it's like, yo, she should have said this shit in the beginning because they're like, who's going to be the 5th woman? Bailey? You mean the girl that Damage Control jumped out of the group? Why not just one of the other Damage Control ladies in the war game? It just didn't make any sense. Literally, Raw, Io and Kyrie are back tagging. It's like, all right. So, but this is just another fucking funny response from Io. She's hilarious.
Are you going to come with backup? Because she has Raquel in her corner. Who's going to be in your corner when you go up against Liv?
So I am the member of Damage Control.
Fuck, she's awesome, dude. Yeah, I guess that's what these press conferences are good for. People win you over and shit. I don't know. Io is, I love her so much, like as a talent. She's won me over tremendously over the last handful of years. Even in NXT, I liked her, but I wasn't like the biggest fan, and just really the whole Damage Control run that really just got her over with me. I was always a bigger Kairi Sane fan, but now I think I'm a bigger fan of Io right now, and we're allowed to have that in fandom. That's what I love about it. But fans attending a couple days ago edition of Raw in Everett, Washington, were being encouraged to participate in a WWE Light Show by downloading and using the WWE Light Show app and holding up their phones during entrances and when prompted throughout the night by ring announcer Lillian Garcia. And so, I don't know. Everyone, when you go to a WWE live show, fucking download this app or whatever they want you to do and stick your phones up in the air and shit'll be crazy. It'll be like a Taylor Swift concert. I think they've tried things like this in the past. No, am I wrong on that? I don't know if they've ever done bracelets, but I know they throw it like glow sticks and say put them up for DX's fucking entrance and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't know. Just a cool thing I wanted to bring to the hot news, because on the show as well, we're making the hot news more juicy as well, and we're curating the sickos a lot better. Something new to the show. It's the same thing, but if you guys notice, we got more of the headlines, right? We were getting too caught up in the sicko wars. Here's these guys with the desserts. We already watched this, but it's funny because Punk, my favorite part is how Punk's still eyeing them like I might eat one. And then at the end of the conference, I think he comes back and he bites one. Yeah, see? So he's actually like, fuck it, I'll actually eat one. So I don't know. Fun times, I guess. So Dynamite did 536K. Now, I covered this travesty. We broke down charts and shit with Rock and Ropes on the last PWT podcast that went down this morning, but it was recorded last night, Time Cop. And NXT did 632, like buried them by like 100K almost. And people were saying the West Coast. Well, oh, come on now, Phil. It airs on the West Coast at a different time on Thanksgiving or whatever. Doesn't matter. We looked at fucking charts that MJ from NJ. Go and check out that show after this one. MJ from NJ, who Swerve got mad at, by the way, and called a hoe, which we're going to cover later tonight. That's true. Friend of the show, MJ from NJ, though, put this chart together like year over year, Thanksgiving. You know what I mean? All this, I don't know. It's crazy. So go watch that. Again, above my pay grade. I just react to the numbers here. And yeah, we knew this was going to start happening, you know? And when AEW's on their night and their own time slot, it's always excuses. We got Meltzer meltdowns later tonight, bunch of flutes to play. Let's continue along. Stephanie Vacker talks why she signed with WWE, says she received another very juicy offer financially. Speaking of very juicy, all right. Since I was a child, my dream was to sign for WWE, but you grow up, you can't be guided by the dreams you had when you were 9 years old. When I did that, what I did in Mexico and Japan, I had already fulfilled a dream. I was missing this extra. Not everything is money. I received another very juicy offer financially to be a complete wrestler. I was missing being in WWE. I came to NXT because it was the best women's division in existence. Oh no, I thought our women's division was the best in existence. You fucking mark! Dynamite starting, guys. Wolverine DX for $5 says Io actually asked for Kyrie to be the fifth woman, but Bianca refused. Doesn't want too much damage control. Why have a real tag team then choose Bayley? Wolverine, where did you hear this? Is this some Meltzer shit? Is this some Fightful shit? Is this some PWI shit? Is this some marks on the internet shit? Who is saying that Io asked for Kyrie, or is that part of the storyline and I'm completely pulling a fucking dummy? Yeah, and I'm forgetting that part.
Dummy, yeah.
Was that part of the fucking storyline and I just completely Meltzered it out of my brain? Because that could have happened too, in which case, shout out WWE for explaining it really well and not just saying, well, because it's Bayley. Okay, thank you for pointing that out. It was on Raw. It's part of the story, so I'm a dummy. Thank you, chat, for correct. There you go. See? So we fuck up and we go, oh, we botched. So there you go. Okay, now, hold on. Okay, but still, Bayley, I just don't like because they just jumped her out. But then she's like, yeah, we don't want too much damage control presence. And then Jade's out. Okay, you know what? That makes it better. It still should have just been a traditional 5-on-5, though. It wasn't enough for War Games, but that at least... I don't know. Thank you for pointing that out. That makes it a little better in hindsight now, but I wish I had caught that before. When complete backstage segment. Thank you, dude.
Dummy.
So I'm a dummy. And that went completely over my fucking head. And that's my bad. Moving along. But good. Thank you for pointing that out. See, WWE covering all the bases, even when you think they aren't. WWE has reportedly not added injury time to Big E's contract. They have not added injury time to Big E's contract.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
Oh, come on, pal. I would have did it too. It's unknown if he signed a new contract with the company. His previous deal was signed in 2019 and was believed to run until the end of 2024. I believe Big E will stay on as a producer, trainer. If you watch WWE Next Gen, again, he helps them scout talent and shit. Like, I don't know if he's getting in the ring with these dudes, but he's helping Michaels and Regal and Triple H and them go, yeah, this guy's fucking got something. And he looks at it from the sports entertainer aspect as well. You know? Like, he looks at it as the guy I was just the big bad power lifter dude, but then I had to start cutting promos and fucking getting over. You know, I had to use my personality and shit and become a sports entertainer to fucking make it to that next level. And boy, did he. So, yeah, he's going to be around forever. He's not, I don't want to hear no fucking Big E's going to AEW bullshit. We'll talk about that with Becky Lynch in just a moment as well. Here is Brad Baylor. He is one of the most recent WWE ID signees or whatever. I don't know if it's signee, they sign a deal or whatever. But I love that they're all using their social media to do things like this and get themselves over and just get people interested. They're trying to sports entertainment it up on the indies already. And this is already why fucking, what did Cardona do when he went to the indies? What did Cody Rhodes do? They WWE'd it up. They flavored it up a bit, right? And it just blew up the indies. That's what you got to do. That's what these kids are taking the initiative. And then the WWE ID Twitter fucking repost them. Like, they're not telling them to make these. They're just watching their socials and helping this Brad Baylor kid out. Just fucking helping him out. And this kid's Hollywooding it up, and he's going to get bigger paydays, and it's going to bring more eyeballs and attention to what the fuck he's doing. This thing got 1.2 million views for this kid. He just got announced the other week. He's not even in NXT or WWE. 1.2 million views, chat. He's not even in WWE. You know what I mean? So Brad Baylor's mother should be ashamed of how he acted on his first day of wrestling school. And to all these elbow motherfuckers tried to say this was bad. 1.2 million, 3.4K fucking likes. Not even in WWE. Not even in NXT. No, we don't even know where he's from. He's in fucking GCW for all we know. You know? He's in Reality of Wrestling for all we know. Here we go.
Brad!
So he's making out with who? His sister? That was the first impression I got. I know it's not that, but it's like, what the fuck? Your mom's calling you downstairs? Like, I don't know. Because he's going to school, right? So you start your first day, your girlfriend's just upstairs hiding or what?
Brad!
What, Mom?
You're late. You should have left 10 minutes ago to get to wrestling. And who is that girl upstairs?
More
Saved
importantly,
it for me, right there.
You need my protein shake like I asked you to?
No, sorry, honey. I was busy making your meal preps.
Somebody should probably pick those up.
Oh, and Brad, your father and I are going to the Florida house for a week, and you better not throw another party.
I love this dude. It's not like fucking Ferris Bueller's Day Off over here, but he's like a bratty mama's boy. Did you make my protein shake? I fucking like it, man. He's taking the ball and running with it. He's playing the cards he was dealt.
I'm so sorry I'm late.
And the crowd's really hot for this match, by the way. Like, I got to be honest, this AEW crowd, they're actually really hot and behind this. And I like Fletcher, so him and Benjamin's good shit pal for me.
Just hit traffic. There's like a whole thing. And
Yeah, you're late. You know, and look, you're dressed in khakis. That's the way you come to class.
That's what I have.
It's unacceptable. Go in there and shake everybody's hand.
All right.
My name is Gabriel. Nice to meet you.
You're a wrestler here?
Yeah.
You're a wrestler? Yeah, it's not going to take me long to get to the WWE.
I love it. I fucking love it. If I'm Tony Khan, I'm putting Fletcher over on Benjamin. Anyways, Big E's girlfriend Chris Yim fires back at Kofi Kingston and Xavier Woods. Again, if you guys want my review of Raw, check out what I did with Rock and Ropes. Listen, what a magnificent Raw, right? Top to bottom. They overstuffed it with goodies. The main thing, though, I feel, was the New Day segment was just awesome. Or one of the main thing, I guess. There's three really good things. But yeah, Chris Yim, Mia Yim's IRL sister, right? Big E's girlfriend or fiance. Girlfriend, I guess. Did I say sister? My God, my goodness. Mia Yim's sister, Big E's fiance or girlfriend. Hopefully I said that correctly. It's been a long day. No. But yeah, Miss Yim too. And they went back and forth a bunch. So I didn't get I didn't fucking bookmark all these because it would have been a whole sicko war. But she's like piping up at the New Day, going back and forth with Kofi and Xavier on social media. And she's like, "Nah, we bought our home. I was looking forward to having the boys over. I was mentally planning to make 2 different meals to accommodate Kofi's vegan ass and Austin Creed's childish ass palate. But since y'all want to be ungrateful crybaby ass bitches, y'all can choke." And then Creed's like, "Looks like I dodged a bullet not having to pretend to enjoy a bland-ass meal." And then fucking Miriam's sister Chris goes, "The meal would have to be as bland as your singles run to accommodate your underdeveloped taste buds, bro." And they went back and forth like a bunch. They were cooking. It was amazing, dude. I loved it. We got some super chats here. Scully Vibes for $5 says, "Salute Phil, awesome Rock and Ropes interview." Thank you, dude. Can't wait for the sicko segment tonight. Yeah, we want Hendry, NXT gang in the building. Let's fucking go. Scully Vibes is here. Let's go. Yeah, thanks for everything you're saying, bud. It's a pleasure. The pleasure's all mine. I love chilling with you guys. Appreciate it. MJG for $2 says, "Who's a hoe?" Congrats on 5K. Thank you so much. Who's a hoe is MJ from NJ is here. Thank you so much. Use a hoe, apparently. Right? We're gonna cover that in a bit here when we get to AEW news, which is our next segment. And thank you for showing up, and you're about to catch it. And I use a hoe, MJ. I guess that's according to Swerve Strickland. You know what I mean? So shout out our super chatters there and the whole chat, the entire PWT universe. Love you all. Continuing along. So here's some footage of the Vault on YouTube, right? The WWE Vault. Now I'm going to leave this small, but we got Punk versus fucking here. I'll just play like the last 30 seconds. Punk versus the Amazing Red, which I didn't know Amazing Red was also Zelina Vega's cousin. I didn't know that. But crazy that, it's like we're on SmackDown. There's no commentary because they taped a dark match, but they're like Amazing Red and CM Punk, and they just have their indie names. Crazy to me. If Black and Gold existed then, it would be these guys would have fucking tore it up. Then fucking DDT was his finish. He just DDTs them for the finish.
Here is your winner, CM Punk.
Crazy times, man. So Gunther is finalizing a new multi-year deal with WWE, and he did. Congratulations, Gunther. You know what I mean? And he's obviously going to stick around. Where's he going to go? What's he going to do? TNA? All right. Like, where's he going to go? AEW? Come on now. So moving along now, the Wrestle Purists, this is via Deadline. I guess somewhat of more of a Hollywood centric, publication, if you will. We're talking to Nick Khan, and Nick Khan says we're not changing the rating of our programming. So there's some online chatter about, it's going to be R-rated, or for us old folks, X-rated. X-rated? Who the fuck said that? Who even said R-rated as well? That's the thing I don't know. Like, who said any of that? I didn't say fucking R-rated or rated M for mature or whatever, right? I feel like that's... I know we're saying maybe TV 14, whatever, but I didn't even think it would go to TVMA. You just keep doing what you're doing, but you're allowed to get away with more if you want to. And they were also asked, and I guess the chance might be uncensored, though. Like, if there's a holy shit, they'll leave it uncensored and that sort of thing. Obviously, they should. So... Nick Khan says it's family-friendly, multi-generational, advertiser-friendly programming. It's going to stay that way. Yeah, exactly. Multi-generational. Not just for the now. So Becky Lynch attended an event promoting Raw on Netflix, and these are all talents, right? And so this sort of confirms, because all of these people are names and talents and people who are important to the future of WWE on Netflix, right? And that's why we were talking shit about The Miz being released. I just don't. He's gonna get his own reality show over there. They're gonna give the back catalog of WWE films to fucking Netflix. You know, watch. We're gonna see the Marine 7 or whatever on there. No, maybe not. But Becky Lynch is a part of that. Apparently, Netflix like touted her as a name that they want to see be a part of Netflix and all of that. So she's right there in the picture. And we don't see Maurice all up in the picture. Someone commented underneath, they're like, she's just there as his wife. And it's like, well, where the fuck's Buddy Matthews and Ray's wife and, you know, Mrs. Miz and fucking AJ Lee? Where's all that? Where is Montez Ford? Where are they at? So where's Steph? You know, she ain't even in the picture. Brandy ain't in the picture. So no, that's Becky because she's a fucking talent. She's not going to AEW. Rebecca Quinn is not all elite. She's elite, but she's not all elite. So, yeah, we got to stop that shit. Bronson Reed's injury reportedly caused Drew McIntyre's return to happen a few weeks earlier than planned. It's easy to say that now in hindsight, but it does make sense, you know? But it is also easy to say that. But that Raw was overstuffed. So we're going to circle back to that because that shit's funny. Looks like Saturday night's main event will be a monthly thing. So Saturday, January 25, they announced another Saturday night main event in San Antonio, Texas. I believe they're going to be monthly. I don't see why they don't just do it once a month. And I'm fucking down. I don't know. Shout out main event. I'm excited. We're going to obviously do watch-alongs for those. And I can't wait. So Solo Sikoa is 0-20 against Cody Rhodes. So overall in the lifespan of WWE, Cody Rhodes is fucking 20-0 against Solo. And John Cena, I believe, is 0-2 or 0-1. So Cena versus Cody. Let's fucking book it. The Elite Club tweets out, I don't think people here talk enough about the Karrion Kross effect. Every single wrestler who has stepped up to Kross has slowly but surely lost their sanity and embraced the dark side. This is one of the craziest storylines unfolding right in front of our eyes. And it's true. And Karrion Kross responded to it underneath, and he's like, welcome to the new timeline. And I guess this is what he's been talking about. So we're going to give him an X-Files, folks. But yeah, you know, Punk, like, you know, Punk, I guess, is going to or Evil Drew. Nakamura went dark. AJ went emo. Mello went emo. Miz went emo. And then you have the New Day breaking up. And yeah, it's true. Now, whether that's purposeful or not, I'm going to say it is. I'm just going to say it is for now because why the fuck not? We can get away with it because WWE's been cooking, so sure, it's all intentional, right? It was also confirmed by Triple H that Pat McAfee will be returning as a full-time commentator very, very, very soon in 2025, so I cannot wait for that as well. He brings him and Tessitore, or will he be with Cole over on SmackDown? Who knows? But either way, that'll be a fun time. These shits aren't leaving my bookmarks either. I don't know stuff. The Rock and Cody Rhodes. So here, this is the last WWE story we got to talk about here, I suppose. Be gone. Oh, that post has been deleted. So maybe they capped. And then this one's been deleted too. Why would it be deleted? No, it's got to be something glitching out or something with Twitter right now. So maybe they're doing maintenance. Maybe it's me botching. Who fucking knows? But I highly doubt both of those are just deleted randomly. Either way. So earlier, right, or we get a report, right? And Fightful backs up Meltzer with the whole, The Rock won't be at WrestleMania. So this guy goes, WWE has decided to move forward in creative plans as if The Rock will not appear at WrestleMania 40 as of now. So here, useful idiots, a term typically used by Eric Bischoff. I'm not going to use that. I'm just going to say dummies.
Dummy,
yeah.
Dummy, yeah.
The whole thing for me is like, okay, I've been telling you guys since day one of PWT. These sheets get fed bullshit so that they're by WWE so that they report wrong shit to get us off the trail of what's going on because everything gets fucking stooged. Everyone can guess storylines at this point. You can't avoid it. That's why we pop for the 4D chess. But even then, you know, a lot of the times they have to go with just what's the obvious. Sometimes that's a good thing, you know. But it's just funny to me how, you know, Fightful, I guess, reports, or Sean Ross Sapp responds to this guy and is like, I see a bunch of people posting The Rock's Instagram comments from months ago in his replies. Those Instagram comments were, of course, saying Dave Meltzer, like, don't believe any of that dirt sheet bullshit. He responded to some guy on Instagram, right? And then Sean Ross Sapp said he's The Rock and ultimately he can do what he wants. Exactly. He's also a chairman or whatever the fuck. Like, this directly benefits him to be at WrestleMania. You guys got to understand that. It's as important for him to do this as it is him being in Fast 11 or whatever the fuck, okay? He can do what he wants. But this post is correct and has been for quite a while. Right. So it's just the wording of these things. This is why people get upset, and then with the gatekeepy aspect, and then later to just flip-flop with the via Fightful, The Rock and Cody Rhodes reportedly filmed content together during Moana 2 premiere. So later in the day, right? When did this happen? I don't know if we have a time on it, right? So this is at 10:28 a.m. And then at fucking 4:45 p.m. the same day, Fightful reports, oh, they filmed during Moana 2. Oh, go figure. I wonder why. Is it because The Rock's gonna be at WrestleMania? I wonder if that could be the reason why. You know, it's ridiculous. So, like, obviously, now it's not that this report's wrong. It's not that it's wrong. Yes, WWE makes plans for, let's say The Rock breaks his fucking leg or gets hurt doing a stunt or something too. They are planning for I'm not saying if everyone, like, oh, if Otis isn't there, what are we going to do? Right? But they have a fucking backup plan in mind for if The Rock's there or not. So, yes, that is true. But it's just like to say, like, they're decided to move forward and planning as if The Rock will not appear. No, that's the bullshit spin that you're given to get people off the scent, or that's the bullshit spin y'all come up with. Okay? That's not the actual truth. The truth is that they just have a plan if he's going to be there or not. Just like they have a plan if Cody gets hurt too. Fucking guaranteeing it. They have some idea. But it's not like, Kate, we're going forward. The Rock's not here. Fuck it. Oh, but then later in the day, oh, they're filming stuff at Moana too. Just a vignette. He won't be at Mania. I wonder why they're filming stuff at a Moana fucking 2 premiere. Oh, maybe for Moana. You know? Maybe Liberty Rhodes is there and, you know, is in the flick. Maybe she makes a cameo, right? Like, what? Of course he's going to be at WrestleMania. It's just crazy to me we're even talking about this, you know? So, yeah, Fletcher gets the win over Benjamin, and that's good because that's what the fuck I would have did too. No, these posts have been deleted, I guess. Wow, yeah, because see this one, I guess these guys did delete these posts, even though Karrion Kross responded to this one and put it over. This guy deleted it, I guess. So more in the graveyard. Ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for WWE news. Wow, an amazing turnout tonight for 5K celebration. An amazing turnout. We're gonna get into AEW news next, rather. They did the right thing by putting Fletcher over on Benjamin, by the way. They did the right thing. I'll call it out. Alt Jake, anyone who thinks Rock ain't going to be at Mania is a dope. Yeah, it's just dumb stuff. 5K probably got bullied by SRS to delete. It's sad, but it's true, dude. Oh, my God. But, you know, there's humor in reality, you know, so it is just funny. Like, blatantly, it's like we're fucking kids in the 5th grade, right? Who's gonna Ralphie up and beat the shit out of dude already? You know, like fucking A Christmas Story. Shit is funny, man. So we got Hook coming out here. Checking in with chat. I'm assuming we got over 100 likes, right? We fucking better have, or else Jericho's coming back. Yes, we did. We destroyed it. Amazing stuff. We're going to talk about AEW hot news, okay? And we got quite a bit as well. I like to beef up these news sections, and you know, we're going to curate the sickos a little better moving forward, so we're not doing like 2-hour fucking sicko segments to where I start losing my mind, right? So Hook's just gotten a cringe-ass promo. Just put him with his dad and let his dad talk. So simple. Don't know why they can't figure it out. It's crazy. Got to have a cruiserweight division. Chat, are you watching Dynamite? Here, I'm going to start a poll. Are you watching Dynamite? Let's go. Are you watching Dynamite? Let me know. That promo's terrible. Yeah, it was horrible. Mother Wayne, yeah. Like, yeah, she's a looker. She's a MILF. She's a cougar. I get all that, right? But, like, here's the thing. She's taller than all the wrestlers, dude. So, like, you can't, you know. That shouldn't be a thing on your show, right? And then we have Hook and Nick Wayne, and they're just all the same. Y'all see that meme that's like Nick Wayne is just Zach Gowen with 2 legs. It's the fucking worst shit ever, dude. I hope Taz makes out with Mother Wayne in front of Christian. Yeah, that's something I would have booked, pal. They're just beating up Hook. Well, where's Taz? Where's a crew of EC? What's going to happen? Tommy Dreamer's going to come out? You know, is he going to get a crew of ECW guys? EC Dub. RVD comes out. We're going to get into this hot news. Just look at Hologram's mask for now while we watch this segment here. The commentary's so bad. The crowd is actually decently hot, though. I'm not mad at that at all. Oh, they're going to break his hand or something. It's always just bullshit. It's always just so much angles and crazy shit. Oh, we're going to break a foot. We're going to break a hand. We're going to... Yeah, who cares? They do so much shit like this. Okay, are you guys ready for some breaking? Jimmy B for $5 says, can't wait for Hook and Taz to go to WWE so I can hear, let me tell you something, Cole. One last time. Dude, I want to see Taz, Booker, and Vic on the NXT commentary. And then, or maybe Taz would overdo it, but I just think those 3 would be good. Or just as a manager, yeah, and managing Hook and NXT. He'd be so primo, Hook would, in that NXT environment. For sure, man. You have him wrestling some of those like Regal Son and shit. Holy, that's good stuff. Okay, now we have the CEO on screen. Thank you, Jimmy B. Indianapolis. Welcome, Indianapolis. The CEO. I'm not even actually in the building. I don't know where the fuck Fishers even is. In fact, I don't even know where Indiana is. So I filmed this 2 weeks ago. So now she's going after Anna Jay. So she beats Stat. Now it's just like, fuck Camille and Anna Jay. And Stat's just going to be gone again and come back heel again, or what? Terrible goddamn booking. But we have that Battle Royal up next. So let's do some AEW hot news because we want to pay attention to that Battle Royal. And we want to call it down the line, King. Okay, so AEW news. Eric Bischoff talks to Eerie Helwani, talks to Eric Bischoff, and such an asshole. And yeah, he just gives his thoughts on the state of AEW. And this got so many sickos melting down. We'll cover it in a bit. But yeah, Bischoff sums it up really well here.
So I just said, heck with it. It's not worth my time.
Okay. What about your take on the current state of All Elite Wrestling? What do you think? How are they doing right now?
Yeah, well, they're horrible. Come on. It's just, I mean, I've given up. You know, I used to get really frustrated. People's good opportunities. I feels like, and I know how hard.
Oh, here we go. I was going to say the black
good
helicopters,
opportunities
Twitter.
are to come by. So when you see somebody just shooting themselves in the foot day after day, week after week, in every possible way, it's frustrating for me, and I would vent that frustration. Now it's just like, yeah, whatever. You know, it's just, it is what it is. There's no
it's
hope for
always
them.
StreamYard, dude. I swear to God. It's cursed, bro.
Nothing's going to turn that company around.
And I
There's
see
no
Chad
light
arguing
bulb
about
gonna
Book,
go
man. I fucking love Book. So personally, I think him and Vic are perfect for just the vibe of what NXT is. But I get it why some people wouldn't like, you know, someone's like, I don't really like Corey Graves. I don't really understand that. I can't even be like, I get it. You know, he's just so good at what he does. But Book, I do get it. It's a certain kind of flavor that, yeah. But I just feel like it suits NXT so well. And then Vic as the straight guy is so good. And them riffing back and forth is just amazing.
Off in anybody's head, and all of a sudden realize, oh, this is how we actually get people to watch TV. They have no idea what they're doing, and they're too stubborn to learn.
There's no chance for a story to turn like the way NWO turned WCW around. There's no chance of any of that.
Not there.
Why not?
Because there's nobody there that knows how to tell the story. There's nobody there that knows what a story actually is. It's like, I use this analogy.
Okay, this analogy is so key. If you don't listen to Bischoff, this is what you need to extrapolate. Okay? I'm telling you right here, as a writer myself, this is the key. What Bischoff lays out right here. And so when we say no story, and I've said it all the time, I say it a different way. I just, on PWT, I say, yo, sickos, when we say no story, we don't mean literally no story, right? What we mean is like nothing of substance, nothing we can sink our teeth into. Not even like following actual story structure. It's elementary at best. You know, that's the way I say it. He lays it out like this. Here's his perfect analogy.
Sometimes because it's easy to understand. Boy meets girl, boy gets girl. Boy loses girl, boy gets girl back. That's a story. It's not very compelling. Nobody cares. But if Shakespeare gets a hold of it, it's kind of like a version of Romeo and Juliet. So,
and just to add to what he's saying, it's like boy gets girl because this happens, you know, and you tell it like that. You have to have events, redemption, these sorts of things. We harp on it all the time. Everyone does. We just get called haters.
You'll hear the fan base say, "Oh, there's great story. There's stories." Dave Meltzer says there's the problem with AEW is there's so many stories people can't keep up with them. I kid you not, he said that. And people take him seriously and send him money every month. What the hell? There's the stories, if there are any, are so bad that only the lowest form of wrestling intellect on the planet finds enjoyment in it.
Now, that's not true. You know, they did a study and Fox proved that 80% of SmackDown viewers are actually dumb fucks and are poor.
You will find some people, and I think this is cool. If you just like the physical
Are you guys watching AEW? Like they're doing a beatdown and they literally went off the air. Like it's glitching out and like the fucking color bars are popping up like a tornado's ripping through town. So Bush League, man. And the Hurt Business are just beating up guys backstage. Okay, now it's back and Adam Cole. Was that intentional? Because that's fucking terrible. If that was them purposefully doing that, horrible. If that's the television station being like, we need to jump off this cliff before this battle royal starts, then good on them.
Guys flying all over the place and doing all kinds of athletically amazing stuff, and you don't care about story, you don't care about characters, that's your jam. AEW is your jam. And if that's what you like, more power to you, man. I'm glad you found it. It's just not viable for the masses. It's, as Tony calls them, for the sickos. First of all, why would you want to call your family sickos? Because the majority of them would prefer not to be called that. Just a hint.
What's wrong with being called a sicko? StreamYard's leaving me hanging today, boys. I'm sorry, boys. I'm sorry, PWT Universe. Wolverine DX for $2 says, "Oh, come on now, Eric. That's not really fair."
Oh, come on now, Eric.
Tony,
come on now, Eric. Tell us how you really feel at savewithconrad.com.
But Tony's vision for that company, I guess, is to provide content for that percentage of the audience that only cares about high risk, high altitude, fast paced action, and not about story and not about characters.
Yeah, and Evil Uno's right now in the ring looking like fucking hand-me-down what is it? Hand-me-down kind. You know what I mean? Second-hand kind in the ring here right now. Y'all see what I'm seeing? Let me look at the poll. Y'all even watch it? 80% of you are just listening to me talk shit about Dynamite, basically. No, that's not what we're here to do, but if you guys are watching, right? Uno's looking like fucking second-hand kind over here. And then Butcher's like got a Hulk Hogan. He's like Hulk Hogan Butcher. You know, like look at his stash and his bandana and his color scheme. I'm Hulk Hogan now, brother. That gimmick's ours too, Jack. Like, who the fuck is even in this match? There are people I don't even like. Come on, who's even in this match? And we're supposed to worry about, okay, Lance and Brian Cage. Good thing they're working together. Jeepers, man. What the fuck is going on? Moving along here. Eric Bischoff unalives Tony Khan and Meltzer within 2 minutes and 50 seconds of facts. This might have been what we just watched. Let's see.
So I just said, heck with it. It's not worth my time.
Okay.
Yeah, it is. We just watched this here.
That only the
Yeah, we just watched this clip. This is just a shoddier version. And yeah, Bischoff absolutely cooked. AEW Dynamite last week. It took like a week for the fucking ratings to come out too. They were trying to bury this one. They did 536 with a 0.15 rating. Bischoff follows up and says, "I honestly didn't think AEW would fall below 500K until this time next year. Apparently AEW is like a turd and that starts circling the drain slowly, then picks up speed as it heads to the sewer or septic tank, depending on where you live." Jesus, Eric's just going off, man.
Oh, come on now, Eric.
Here's the ratings. You know, I covered it with Rock and Ropes. You guys see here Claudio and Ricochet, which some people probably thought was WWE, you know, fucking popped a little bit there. Also top of the hour, so it's always going to get a little bump. But yeah, and then we got to cut out the 724. You guys know that. You have to go with the first number to that last number. You don't count the overrun either. So they shit the bed, dude, and you want to blame it on the West Coast. It started an hour later. Okay, like if that was NXT, Meltzer would just go, but NXT's more people, so it balances out 19%, 0.21%, or whatever. So fuck it. I covered it. Check out what I did with Rock and Ropes. Potential broken foot. Speaking of Meltzer here, Juice Robinson and X-Rays. He had not had the results back as of yesterday, but he was fearing a broken foot. So, yeah, Juice Robinson has a broken foot, and he's been replaced by Commander, by Tony Khan in the fucking tournament.
The best guys,
you know
Tony Khan.
The C2 or whatever it's called. ShopAEW.com yesterday drops a shirt for Danhausen, which is pretty fucking sweet, actually. This is actually a nice shirt for once, and of course it's Danhausen. But then John Draper quote tweets it and goes, "Why would you buy a t-shirt for a guy that isn't on TV and is never used by the company anymore?" And just to add on to that, like, has heat, and Tony will bury and never put on TV again after, you know, everything that's transpired. So shout out Danhausen. But yeah, they put out a sweet shirt for him to try and milk some money off of his fucking him not being on TV or what. Like, just gooberness, man. Speaking of gooberness, right? Never forget the Bucks taking their lap. Never forget this as well, because we started getting rah-rah speeches from the likes of Dustin Rhodes, and I love Dustin Rhodes. You guys know that, but he gives the rah-rah speeches for AEW a lot, and we're going to cover that in just a second. But there was a few of them, you know, and also some of the AEW talent have been taking heat in the IWC for not, like, Ref MJ from NJ got called a hoe by Swerve today. This just happened, for pointing out how, like, no wrestlers have tweeted about the events. Like, they don't fucking post about the events. Like, they don't have good marketing. There's no initiative. No one's on the same page, it seems like, yada, yada, yada. So a bunch of people are like, God, we're so tired of hearing the criticism, blah, blah, blah. Why can't we just all enjoy wrestling? And just a reminder, right? The Bucks fighting Punk and kicking him out of the company and doing this after, you know, now Moxley's just saying the same shit Punk was saying and no one's getting in fights, right? After shelving Ricky Starks, after making shirts for guys who aren't in the company or not being used by the company. Remember all this too? Just enjoy wrestling. And Dustin Rhodes says it. He's like, oh, I'm tired of the vitriol and hate towards AEW. Why is it there? Remember this shit? Bald asshole from Tony Khan. Making fun of fucking how he had to get to have lunch with Dana White and tell him about WWE's misfortunes. Tony Khan saying, this week, 2 active decades-long rating streaks from 2 great legends were ended. With all due respect, until this week's head-to-head AEW on TBS versus WWE on USA, neither John Cena nor Undertaker had ever been on a WWE show with under 1 million total viewers, under 400K in the demo. So fucking Tony taking shots at Senor Cena and the Undertaker, bro. Right? People don't talk about this enough. All right? So Darby Allin versus Cora Jade in a skateboarding match. Remember when Cora Jade, and then even here, Tony Khan saying, you're a fraud, Ariel Helwani. You're as legitimate of a reporter as Shivani. So just shitting on Shivani and trying to go at Helwani, who you begged for an interview. Also, Allen saying skating is a huge part of my life, not a fake character for TV. And then fucking Cora Jade responded and was like, I'm glad that not a fake part of my life is like being an abuser or whatever. I don't know. I don't want to get into all that shit, but yeah, she piped back, buried him. But you guys remember all this, right? Darby Allin also was like, to just tuck your tails like a bitch and just take it, about Kurt Angle's retirement match in WWE. Or maybe he was speaking in general, but it was the question, the topic was like Sting and Kurt Angle in that. And to say, maybe not even Sting, it was for sure Kurt Angle, but, you know, Kurt Angle lost to Corbin in his last ever WWE match, and Darby's like, oh, to tuck your tails like a bitch? Like, that's his verbatim words he used. You know, yeah, you say shit. You have Eddie Kingston, who's never been in WWE, who could never get in WWE, never, being like, oh, and those fucking guys over there, fuck those guys, we're over here now. You know, it's like, bro, I don't know. Oh, no, why did I remove that too? God damn it. We need a time machine. Yeah, I'm going to have to go back in time and find those tweets. Who posted that shit? Jay Angel? Someone find it for me because I need those for my next video. So we were talking about Mercedes Moné earlier. Here is Jim Cornette's thoughts on Mercedes Moné and her little segment with Camille last week.
Mercedes did the scripted stuff, turned around and started to fire Camille. But Camille said, shut up, and got a huge pop. Everybody has been wanting this mush-mouthed imbecile to shut the fuck up.
Thank you, fuck
Mercedes
you, bye.
did the scripted.
Cornette hit her with the
thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
There we go. Yeah, little watching this battle royal, pretty disappointing. So Yuke's producer expresses uncertainty about sequel to AEW Fight Forever video game. AEW Fight Forever has been on the shelves for nearly 18 months at present. Blah 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 blah. And we talked about it from day one. Again, it fucking sucks. Why would you build it from the ground up? Why would you get them to reinvent the wheel? Why would you make the graphics look like this? Why would the roster be the roster that it is? Why would you have exploding whatever? People want simulation. Yes, people want arcade, but why didn't you just give M. Dickey $1 million? Just give him $1 million, 1 million. He would have did it, probably 2 million even. Just to would have saved you money still. And just have, if you want the arcadey feel, just have him do his Wrestling Empire game, make it all AEW focused to New Japan and all that shit, and just let him do it. He has it down. If you guys are unfamiliar, shout out M. Dickey. Check out Wrestling Empire video game. It's the best, highest rated wrestling game on Steam ever. You can download it for your phone. You can play it offline and shit. It is the best game, period, for like phone, tablet. It's on the Switch, I think, right? So if you guys wanted the arcadey, fun, crazy, chaotic feel, make M. Dickey, just give him 1 million. He could have just slapped your shit over his game and then improved it with the money you gave him, and whatever, like fucking. But no, you built it from the ground up. You sink all this money into it. You trust people who've never, they like to play games, right? Doesn't mean they can fucking make games, bro. It's the same thing with the wrestling, huh? It's people who love wrestling. Doesn't mean you should be booking wrestling, my guy, right? And so the Mole was right saying that it would boil down to Adam Cole and O'Reilly, and then the winner faces MJF at World's End over the Diamond Ring, and this is all to get Cole and O'Reilly back together. The Mole was right. So Wolverine DX for $5 says Tony couldn't beat recently Chase U versus Ridge. Not a dig at Ridge or Chase U with this AEW roster. A lot of bigger names. That tweet aged poorly. Yeah, no, you're exactly right. All of them fucking aged poorly, dude. They all do.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
And that's why, dude. So you're right. And shout out Ridge. And no, it's not even heat at Ridge. And fuck people giving Ridge like, oh, what is Ridge doing? Man, he's just a heater to fucking get young guys over. Like, how do we not understand this shit? What was Terry Funk doing in ECW? Oh, I don't know. Just fucking giving the world title legitimacy, then dropping it to people who fucking got the rub from him. Holy shit. It's like we're reinventing the wheel here. It's crazy stuff. Thank you so much. Alt Jake, a member for 8 months. Bro. We're going to get you on in a minute, bro. Okay, you hang tight. Yeah, that finish was trash. It's to get to Cole versus O'Reilly, which will lead to O'Reilly and Cole teaming up with Roddy, put that faction together, and then Taven and the other guy are going to go with fucking and Bennett are going to go with MJF, and we're going to get a little 3-on-3. So those devil guys who were stalking MJF for like a year are going to align with him. If the Mole is to be believed, which I think he is on this one. Yeah, so shout out the Mole. And shout out Ukes for just speaking the truth. So AEW Live Events put this out here. There's a special episode of Dynamite on 34th Street from New York, New York at the Manhattan Center on the 22nd. Dynamite 34th Street. So is there 2 Dynamites that week? Is Dynamite not on Wednesday? Why is it randomly on a Sunday? Chat, can you shed some light on this? I don't know anything about this, really. I don't know what the fuck or why. Are they just calling it a special Dynamite? Is it a house show? What is it? I have no fucking clue. You guys let me know. But yeah, they're doing the damn thing. Shout them out. They're trying to keep up with the hype of main event and all that. Talking about Adam Cole. Adam Cole admits he rejected a girl's advance in high school to watch WWE No Way Out.
You what?
2006. No, I'm just joking. I mean, yeah, in high school, everyone flubs up, or like, I remember like fucking, you don't realize like a girl likes you too, that thing where it's awkward and you don't realize you're like rejecting her, and then her friend's like, she likes you, you fucking idiot. And you're like, oh, that, I get it. And this guy was an Uber mark. Good for him. But yeah, I just got a laugh out of that. So I brought it to the show. I don't know. I wasn't ditching girls in high school to watch wrestling, but I would I was watching wrestling still, but if a girl was giving me any attention, I wasn't ditching that for shit. I'll tell you that much. Tony Khan says, due to injury, Juice Robinson cannot complete the Continental Classic. Aiming to prove that he can hang with the world's very best, high-flying rising star commander will join the field as Gold League first alternate. The upcoming schedule will be adjusted accordingly. So yeah, Commander is in there, and we got sickos talking like, oh, this is amazing, I can't wait, whatever. And it's like, bro, you don't care. And Meltzer called Commander a jobber. So you replace Juice with AEW's biggest stan, what he refers to as a jobber. So again, fucking Caster with a Hunter Biden joke. So and so Caster isn't saying like whatever, everybody loves the Acclaimed. He goes, so step to the side because everybody loves the best wrestler alive. So he's going with that gimmick. Rumors are he's going to join the Hurt Business or whatever, but I like that they're giving Caster a bit of a solo push. It's funny that it comes after Benjamin joins the company and Caster's like, why do we need him on Giga Chad Van Vliet show, right? Caster's like, why do we need Benjamin? I can do it. He does. Now all of a sudden Benjamin comes in and we're seeing Caster get his little fucking push. So it's just funny how Tony's always reactionary. He's always reacting to what WWE's doing. He's always looking at shit in the past and not stuff that worked, just stuff he likes. He's always like, okay, fucking Caster said this shit. I'm going to bring Benjamin in anyways. Oh shit, Benjamin's in. Okay, let's do something with Caster. At least it feels that way, you know? So moving along here, Powerful King JJ says apparently All In Texas is currently set up for 24,000. The downsizing of Australia stadium show plus the downward spiral of attendance across the board may have a ripple effect. Yeah, this Texas show is only set up for 24,000. I think there was an update on that as well. I think they're set up for even less than that, if I'm not mistaken now. But yeah, we'll keep eyes on that. You know, they got to continue to downsize and downsize. Tony Khan, don't forget this too when he tweeted this out. 2024 AEW is the next 2021 AEW. And boy, this has been their worst fucking year ever. According to WrestleNomics, WrestleTix, WWE AEW attendance, tickets distributed. Look at this shit. Look at the Collision tanking. Boom. Look at the Dynamite tanking. Look at the WWE house shows going up and up and up. Look at SmackDown going through the roof. Look at Raw going down, trending down compared to SmackDown, but then now Raw's hot again, Netflix. It's going to skyrocket back up past SmackDown. Live shows will follow because they're a hot commodity. Fucking main event will be right there in the middle too, if not even higher, because it's like a PLE sort of. It's like a special. Look at Collision. And then Rampage isn't even on here because it's just a part of these fucking shows. But just Collision died. You know, they built a whole show around Punk. Same with Rampage. Punk's return to wrestling just died. It's not even a show anymore. Collision, done. Not even a show anymore. It won't be a show anymore. I don't know. I don't think it will be for much longer. At least not after this fucking TV deal. So Effy responds to Tony Khan. He talks to bodyslam.net. We've been covering this, right? Effy replaced Ricky Starks and all of that stuff. The GCW stuff with Cardona because, you know, Ricky Starks basically is just being shelved and warehoused by Tony Khan. And so Effy responds to basically the rumor or what the rumor is that Tony Khan was mad about, whatever. Obviously, it's not a rumor. It's the truth. He heard the Van Vliet interview with Ricky Starks. He saw Ricky Starks get that huge reception, cut that fiery-ass promo at GC Dub, and Tony's like, no, he's mine. So Tony McCon gets responded to by Effy, who says, you know, the statement I made that seemingly was what pissed him off was about his dad paying him to stay away. And I think those words were appointed. And to clarify, I would like to say that I don't think that Tony Khan has ever been the best person that interviewed for a job, and that's why he got it. I think he's been given a lot of positions in companies his father owns. I think he's been given a lot of fluff PR positions. All facts. Okay? I do not think that he was ever the best technical person for any of the jobs that he has listed. I think the first time he ever actually did any real work was firing CM Punk. That's why it was so emotionally exhausting for him, and he feared for his life.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
Yo, 100%. Effy cooked him there, and it's so true. And like, if you watch over on patreon.com/prowrestletimes, use promo code PWTXmas for 25% off. And yeah, you can see when I watch along the NFL game day thing. Man, yeah, he what he does with the Jaguars is he calls all the people who didn't get drafted, or like the 6th or 7th round guys who probably will just get cut or make a practice team, get traded, or whatever the fuck. And he contacts them and he finds one of them a year, his averages. I'm not making this up. He goes, it's the average is about one a year that makes the team. So they hire one guy on the Jacksonville Jaguar every team every year, right? Because I guess the team technically different every year. Couple guys move around, whatever. But the team every year hires a new guy that Tony picks out of like the 10, and he just talks to all these guys and he's like, yeah, I can't wait to meet up with you. It'll be great. And yeah, we got our eyes on you. It'll be awesome. One of these like 10 fucking undrafted guys he reaches out to makes the team. And do they go on to win Super Bowls and shit? I don't know. Football fans, let me know. Tell me a Tony Khan guy who's done great shit in the NFL. Even one. You know what I mean? Because I think it's just like a pity hire. Well, we got to hire him because Shad's kid fucking said to hire this guy. You know what I mean? So, moving along here. Effy just baked him, roasted his ass. Okay. AEW Botches is back with another one. Okay. And AEW, a gift that keeps on giving. Here we go. Hopefully we don't get Don Stevens. If I got to clip this out, it'll be on Patreon as well.
Because it's time to acknowledge me.
Take a Canadian destroyer. Don't come in, Mom. Don't come in.
So, like, who are these dudes? Are these the Bear Country guys? And now they're like, hey, we're cool 80s zebra pattern guys like the Outrunners. No, that's already a thing. You guys were cool as like the Bear guys. Yeah.
Touching yourself again?
What the fuck is going on? Oh my god, did this happen? Like, this is why I don't watch Collision anymore, man. It's just AEW Dark now. Look at what's going on, bro. This is another guy's gimmick. Like, I thought Garcia did this, man. I thought this was Mr. Ass's Daddy Ass's gimmick. You know? And people like to say, oh, some fucking AEW defender, that account AEW defender, he's like, back to the kids table. It's like, no, man, the kids table is where the minority of people invited to a fucking function get relegated to because they're not mature enough or developed enough to have nuanced and sophisticated conversations. And this is what we're talking about. You want to sit here and try and tell me this is, so many storylines. This is the mature fucking whatever. And I'm okay with people goofing around and shit in wrestling, but like sometimes, you know, you can't tell me this is like everyone's doing this shit. It feels like Max Caster came out and made Hunter Biden jokes, you know, and they're scissoring people and shit. I get it. The Acclaim's not with him there, but how many? I don't know. Whatever. We've harped on this for years at this point.
Change the Wi-Fi password. Oh no!
Oh my god. Is that a real botch, guys? Here's the thing. You can't do all this extra. Now, if he really worked that, like that's a fake botch for the match, okay then. Right? But if you're going to do all this humping and you're going to botch like that, dude.
Wi-Fi password. Oh no! Wednesday nights I get to stay up late.
Was that a real botch or was that part of the match? Chat, let me know what you think.
Kenny Omega while I masturbate. Hey mom, I need to watch this show. Meltzer says I'm in the key demo. I am 39, I'm in the key.
No, that's a botch for sure, dude. Big time. Yeah. I don't know, man. Shout out fucking All Elite Botches with another one. So Kota Ibushi, we talked about his ginormous fucking eyeball of a staph infection popping up on his back, and he gives an update on his health and when he possibly could be returning to AEW via Tokyo Sports. He says, my legs are at their limit, and it could end at any time. So remember when he came into that AEW match and he's all fucked up and hurt his foot and he's like, things were sharp or whatever. Or I stepped on whatever, and I would just, no, he's washed. He fucked his body up. This is what happens when you do what him and Omega and Ospreay and these guys do. Now, I'm not saying don't do it or don't do it from time to time or don't make a name doing that, then go and work where you don't have to do that shit. But now Coda's just going to keep bulking up. If your body's that deteriorated from fucking slamming around, I'm not making us a whatever, but that means his brain's been rattled around a bunch too. And that deteriorates too, just like everything else. Right? And so I'm not going to sit here and fucking do Joey Numbers' bit where restore the feeling in my arms, bruv, with fucking Will Ospreay. That was the funniest shit ever during the War Games watch along. But this dude's literally just saying, and how much did Tony Khan sign this guy for? Millions or whatever. A hearty deal. He's wrestled twice for the companies in Japan with a huge staph infection. Just not taking care of himself, period. And other people. And at what point does this get dangerous where he fucking hurts himself badly or he drops someone on their head or something? So shout out to Bushi. I was a huge fan back in the day. In his prime, he was one of the truly athletically one of the greatest talents in all of pro wrestling. I'd say history athletically for sure. I get it. He wrestled the doll and all of that. Yes. Listen to what I'm saying. The athletic and physicality of wrestling. One of the top dudes during the 2010s, early 2010s, mid 2010s for sure. This guy's washed and he's saying it. Okay. He's going, my legs are at their limit and it could end at any time. Like, so what? Like going to get the mail? Like making breakfast? Your legs will just go anytime, you know? And he goes, I wanted to keep going before I can't do it anymore. I'm really at the limit. But I want to contribute to the world of professional wrestling before I end my career. So I'm currently appearing in various places. Well, just don't wrestle with staph infections then. Don't do that, bro. Jesus. AEW will be issuing visas again from next year, but I feel like the Japanese pro wrestling world is somehow declining. So I want to help lift it up. That's why I'm doing everything for this free time. So Tony will pay him. He'll stay in Japan. Pro wrestling in Japan is declining because Tony Khan ruined fucking New Japan. It's just a fact. If WWE started mixing it up with New Japan, you'd see that shit skyrocket again. And I don't know, man. Shout out to Bushi. Hopefully he's healthy and good. That's all I'll say about that. Dustin Rhodes. So we talked about this before. He's urged fans to stop attacking AEW and just enjoy wrestling instead. Just enjoy wrestling, please. Stop the constant attacking and vitriol towards us. I'm going to cut the promo as Goldust. We have the most passionate wrestlers in the world. We do this for you. Hashtag I'm with AEW, and I love and watch all wrestling. Well, good for you. Whoop-de-doo, Basil. What does it all mean? Good for fucking you. But no, I love Dustin, but like, yeah, we all do, bro. Right? It's okay to be critical of shit you love. I don't know. So, all in Texas, man. Let's take a look at it. WrestleTix. The setup's 15,000. So remember earlier I was like 25,000. No, it's a correction. 15,000 is the stadium show setup. Do you guys think they even do 20K? Do you guys think they even do 20K? I'm starting a fucking poll in the chat right now. Do you think AEW does 20K? Yes or no? Do you think AEW does 20K at all in Texas? Set up for 15K. You guys vote and let me know. Because that's wild, bro. Fucking main event is going to could potentially outdraw this fucking show. TNA is going to a building that could potentially have more people than 15,000 as well. Not saying they're going to do it unless they fucking get lent someone a real big name, but it's pretty crazy, man. I think they'll hit like 20 something, but it'll be like, you know, it'll get padded a little. It'll get sweetened a bit, right? Tony will Sweeten it up a bit. So Orange Cassidy said that he said, I want AEW to be a place where there's room for passionate fans and casual viewers. He tells that to Fightful. So I respond to that tweet and I quote tweet it and I say, well, then Orange Cassidy can't be a top guy. It's as simple as that. He can't be in the main event. Casuals don't want to see Orange Cassidy in the main event. I'm sorry. They don't want to see these guys. I'm sorry if it hurts people's feelings. They just don't. So if Orange really wants that, then he has to go, hey guys, I want casuals to watch. I can't be in the main event. I got to be like our truth of our show. And like, we need to make a cruiserweight or an X division or something so I can fucking, then I can be taken more seriously when I fire up and stuff on these guys. So this Takeshita fan, Jonah, who's like a straight up just a cultist. This has to be like a burner for someone in AW. And he goes, Orange Cassidy's the perfect wrestler for casuals. No, he's not, because otherwise, why aren't the casuals fucking watching him?
Fucking Mark!
Like, this is the thing. He would be good for casuals if he was used correctly, right? But he's not the perfect wrestler for it because otherwise we'd have just seen, it would have just flawlessly worked to where casuals were drawn to him. They weren't really. He was kind of hot at the beginning. We saw how he's booked with the creative behind him. We see him go fucking 30-minute match. We don't want to see him do that. He's a comedy guy. He's our truth, bro. I'm sorry. Oh, that's stupid. That's for kids. Well, you're talking about casuals. Guess what kids qualify under, huh? Casuals. Oh, you guys didn't know that? Kids are casuals, They might not be able to stay up late enough to fucking watch every Raw, right? They might not catch or retain everything. They're casual viewers, right? It's so stupid. They just don't understand these things. But this guy goes, fun gimmick that's appealing to almost everyone. Almost everyone, sure. I mean, yeah, sure. If you market it the right way, more kids though. But y'all don't want to say kids because it's the adult blood and guts staple gun wrestling. So surprisingly good talker. No one wants to hear him talk. So right there, you don't get it. Casuals don't want to hear him talk at all. And when the bell rings, he's one of the best in the world. That is not true whatsoever. That's an objectively false statement. Unless you want to say one of the top 500 in the world. Okay, we could probably argue he's up there in the 500, right? But like if we're talking like even the top 100 wrestlers in the world, he's not even close, bro. Period. I don't even think if I laid out 100 names right now better than him, I bet you Takeshita fan would even agree with me. I could get to 100 before. And then at what point do we go, okay, not one of the best in the world. How many wrestlers are there in the world just in general? So, and like good ones at that, pro ones, I get indies pro wrestling, quote unquote, but it's still like amateur level. But I quote tweeted this and said, these people have no idea what casuals want. This is proof right here. Orange is why people are turning AEW off. Orange is perfect if he's presented as a less funny and cool R-Truth who competes seriously in a cruiserweight division. He's also 40, and that's how casuals see him. He's not like the cool, I'm too cool for school. That's not it, bro. He's 40, right? So we got to lean into that a little bit. We got to make like, okay, lean into the I don't care thing. Do that for kids. That's for children. That's a 2-minute squash match against anyone serious, or a 4-minute match. That's when the Hurricane gets a win on The Rock on a Raw and it progresses a story while shocks everyone because shit like that doesn't happen all the time. That's what Cassidy is. Hurricane, but like a little below that. Right? Perfect for kids. Was the Hurricane? Oh, Hurricane could wrestle Rob Van Dam. Yeah, for sure. But primarily, what was he used as? That's what we want to see with Orange Cassidy. Just a fun. We don't want to see him bleeding. I'm going to fight for everyone's rights in AEW Moxley. Like, no, that's not your job, Anyways, I've harped on that enough. Awful Wrestling post this picture. This picture says everything about the ego, about Tony Khan's ego. And it's so true. Remember the first This was the core AEW crew. And that's why they were so mad at Punk for smacking this idiot. And that's why this idiot Jack Perry thinks he can get away with everything in the world. He's just real tight with them, you know? But yeah, the picture does speak 1,000 words. This as well. So John Draper quote tweeted and said, "Can anyone confirm if this is real? This can't be real." And so there's a Collision coming up, or a Dynamite rather, in Tennessee. And there's not even 700 tickets distributed. Now, it is a month away, over a month away, right? And when they do the little deals, the dipsy doos, but it's only set up for 2,000. So even if they only do 2,000, that's humiliating. And also, they'll be lucky if they even do 1,000 people at this rate, you know, unless they do some crazy deals and Tony flips a couple ticks or whatever. So, man, stressful stuff. So Ricochet admits this about Samantha Irvin. He says, I want to say like last year's WrestleMania, maybe Samantha was like, this is the pinnacle, I'm done. Which fair enough. But the pinnacle of like, man, there's people who put like 20 years into wrestling, my girl, you know? I love Samantha, but she's not relevant anymore at all after this. And that's not a shot at her. Like, hey, go sing. No one's going to give a fuck, bro, unless you're in the wrestling business, I'm telling you. And that's not a knock on her. It's just that's such a seedy bullshit ass. Look at how Swerve's music is doing. Not a knock on him. I love Top Rope, Catch a Vibe. I love all that shit. Look at the views on that, man. That's all I'm saying. Like, yeah, go ahead, Samantha. Go make your music. Do it. That industry fucking sucks. I'm pretty sure she already knows that from doing America's Got Talent. Like, it's really, you know, what's different between you and other women already in the industry, unless you're willing to do some like fucking satanic, the Black Elegant, the Illuminati, you know, like unless you're willing to do like go right, like in the music industry, there's really like, what are you gonna do there? You know, I guess tour around, whatever. But you know, unless she comes back to wrestling, she's just like irrelevant. What is she ever gonna do that peaks like she just said at Mania? And I don't think that was her peak. I think there were many more great moments for Samantha down the line in WWE. But also someone posted was like, do you think she made the right move? And like, that's up to her. It's not up to us to say, oh, it was wrong for her. And maybe she doesn't give a fuck about being relevant or whatever I'm saying. Maybe she's like, man, fuck you, I don't care. Good on her too. Only she can tell us what'll make her happy and what's the right move for her. That's on her, bro. Some people who give up everything and just want a little shack out in the fucking woods to be left alone. And that's on them as well. But on Barstool Wrestling, shout them out. Ricochet goes on to say, I think that's when she kind of started it. But I will say, I think maybe me leaving was kind of just the straw. I don't think it was her main reason, but I do think it didn't help. And that's what I told you guys, man. And I hate to say I told you so, but I also love to say I told you so. Like, I don't know. They went on this campaign. Ricochet leaving, it had nothing to do with that. No, it was obviously that. Obviously, you're talking about making money and blah. Like, where can she go be? Maybe a valet and a GM and a ring announcer and a singer and a whatever. AEW, bro. It's obviously going to happen. And shout her out. Go get Tony's money. But it'll just be a sad day in hell when she's in a fucking empty building doing a ring. I don't think she'll go back to ring announcing for AEW. I don't think she'll do that. I think we could see her in like a Brandy Rhodes type scenario, though, where the fans start turning on Ricochet because they're like, okay, she's just your valet, you know? Or maybe the sickos bring her in. Who knows? Who knows? AEW Collision and Rampage. Shout out Raj Giri and Matt Morgan and the Gigantic Pop. Raj Giri posts, you know, Collision and Rampage last Saturday outside of their regular time slots both garnered their lowest audience and 18 to 49 demo rating ever, including preemptions. Collision averaged 144K viewers with an 03 demo. So what does Meltzer got to say about the demo? And then Rampage averaged 126 viewers and scored an 03 fucking in the demo, right? And this is outside of their regular time slots. You know what I mean? So they're in their regular time slots. They got the lowest outside of their, you know, besides their fucking outside of their normal slots, which have been terrible. These have been the worst in history currently. Okay.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
So it's fucking terrible. All right. And yeah, I'm not going to sit here and break down all the numbers and all that, but where's Meltzer with the key demo talk and all of that bullshit, you know? And these shows are cooked. They might as well get rid of Collision too. And WBD's desperate and they peel off the top, and that's the only reason they got this deal. And I don't give a fuck what nobody's got to say. I'm telling y'all it's what the fuck it is. I've been right before. Wouldn't be the first time. Here we go. So ref MJ from NJ, who's a hoe? So literally watch this video here, and I'll pause it. We'll EFAP it. And MJ from NJ posts like another video saying, this is what Tony Khan renegotiated and paid Swerve big money for. How many times can you retweet and promote a music video, but fail to promote the All in Texas on sale? So like Swerve's been promoting his music video for like a goddamn year. Now, Becca and Steph DeLander, hey, I play their song on this show all the fucking time. I never get a copyright strike for it. They're fine. They understand. If I played Swerve's song on here and tried to get it over with people and get it views, I'd get fucking Don Stevens, man. That's the thing with AEW. They're so mad at anyone being critical that even the shit I want to put over, I can't like show you and put it over, or they fucking, you know, you get pulled down for the shits. Either way, just pointing out, like, dude, Swerve's still pushing this song. Like, okay, it's kind of ran its course, bro. Just being honest, right? And I like the song, even the remix. Like, it's okay. It ran its thing. So then, and then ref from MJ from NJ says rather, has been pointing out recently, very critical of the AEW talent on X, saying like, hey, why is no one posting about Texas when they're struggling to sell tickets? Why is no one helping with the Grand Slam? Why does the promotion suck all around? Why does it seem no one's on the same page? Why is everyone so scared of Twitter? That sort of thing. And then Swerve responds to this video and goes, for your hoe ass. And then tags 2 days ago, he posted the All in Texas and then blocked ref MJ from NJ, man. So I don't know. Again, just calling MJ from NJ, who's ultra critical, comes with straight facts and graphs and shit, like does extraordinary detective work. So they can't really respond with anything. But for your hoe ass, proved him wrong, and then Swerve blocks him. So it's like, how's he supposed to respond and go, hey, my bad, or yeah, but maybe there's a rebuttal there. I don't know. I don't give a fuck if they tweet out the show or not. I don't expect them to. It's a shit show in AEW. And it's also up to promoters to promote, right? But I get the point, though. Like, man, this guy's sharing his music video more than the Texas thing, and I'm sure MJ's rebuttal would be, well, yeah, but where I'm just talking like, you shared the fucking song how many times compared to this when like you just got signed to this huge deal. You know, you're more interested in your song than the whole company. Maybe that's what MJ's getting at. I don't know. I'm not insinuating that. I'm just psychoanalyzing it. However, it's funny. He just calls him a hoe and then blocks him for your hoe ass. And it's like, Swerve, I put him over before. And I've said this before too. Like, every time I put something over in AEW or something over like about someone in AEW or whatever, my foot goes in my mouth, because whoever I say something good about or whatever I say good, it blows up in my face. And I said recently, maybe a month ago, like, Swerve's good at letting shit roll off his back on social media. But then it's like, oh god damn. And we're seeing the rah speeches from Dustin, and it's like, not again, you know. And now we see Yuta on screen hitting Danielson's moves on Jay White, and no one wants to see Yuta beating up Jay White. So now Yuta hit Jay White and is gonna fuck Jay White over in this match. Like, his move's a big finishing blow. And everyone's chanting Yuta suck. He fucking sucks, is true. And it's not like we don't like him. Here we go. The Blade Runner. White gets the win. Everyone wants. So now the Bumbleclaw Club's just buried, other than Mox too. But thank God Jay White gets a win. But keep Yuta the fuck out of this, man. Utah?
You what?
You ain't hype for $2 is for a breather. You watch Smallville. End your take. Are you asking me about the fucking Superman show Smallville, bro? So yeah, Swerve blocks him. Dude, yeah, I fucking love Smallville. Let's go. You know what I'm saying? So speaking of which, MJ, I hope I didn't just butcher that. I'm also like half watching Dynamite over my shoulder here, but I hope I did a good job breaking it down. Here is MJ right here saying, Swerve posted all those music videos, so retweet and buried the promo post. More than Tony buried his title reign. He also had me blocked before replying. Oh no!
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Oh no! So MJ, so he unblocked you, called you a hoe, and then fucking yeeted. And then fucking yeeted out of there. You know, fair enough, man. That's, oh, dude, that's so disappointing. So, guys, just to clarify, MJ's here live in the flesh, right? And he's saying the dude had him blocked. Swerve had him blocked. Unblocked to be like, fuck you, ho, and then blocked again. Damn, man. Thank you for the super chat and the lovely contributions to the show with your great detective espionage private eye work there. No, but damn, that just kind of breaks my heart too. Like, if he has you blocked, fuck it, that's his prerogative. I'm sure you'll agree with that too, MJ, right? I'm sure you use your block and mute button, but it's like the fact that he had to pull the fuck, we know what he pulled, right? The sappy poo. He had to pull the fucking, you know. So is that a vanity search? Is that a tag? Is that a fucking... You did tag them. You don't back down. You tag these people. I get awful in my DMs giving me shit. Like, dude, use the hashtags and shit. I'm like, I'm bad at social media. And speaking of it, like earlier, right? We have Orange Cassidy strangling Mox with a cord. They reveal it's him. The crowd barely reacts. And now Marina Shafir's beating the shit out of him. But he wants casuals to watch this show.
You fucking mark!
Makes no sense whatsoever, dude. Actually insane if you guys really think about it. Everyone, round of applause for our AEW news. Yeah, this is some of the phoniest bullshit. Fuck, man. Cassidy's just not him. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. This crowd is chanting freshly squeezed for him. So, yeah, it's like Jay White, Hangman, and Cassidy are the guys that are, like, standing up against the Bumbaclot, Neo Moxley clan. I'm cool with Jay White and, like, Hangman being like, okay, let's go. Where's Wardlow at now? You know, how about fuck Orange and get Wardlow in there power bombing fools and really make a difference? Like, we don't want to see fucking Cassidy come in and Superman punch 9 guys. I'll watch Wardlow come in and powerbomb 9 guys. You did it before and it worked. Seems crazy to have stopped doing that.
Come on now, Eric.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. It is what it is. And then Christian's just standing behind there. Oh, I could possibly cash in at any time. And then people pop for that. But it's not compelling. It's like Money in the Bank, bro. Just get the fuck out of here with that cash in shit. I don't want to see more of that stuff. For real, man. Especially when you're like the adult wrestling show, quote unquote. Okay, Chad, you guys got to let me know. I'll stop this poll if you guys... 73% of y'all said no, they won't get 20K. And I like that, though. There's a good chunk of you that think they will hit 20K or above, and I agree. Like, the official number will be 20K and above or whatever, because even if Tony Khan pads it. Okay, guys, you know what time it is. I want to see sickos, and I want to see fucking barf emojis and flutes in the chat, and I want to see which one you guys want to see next, which segment, right? So let me know in the chat. Alt Jake, if you're in the chat, I am sending you fucking a link on your X there. And yeah, if Alt Jake wants to join in, now's the time, bro. Sent you the link. Let me know. Flutes or sickos. Flutes or sickos. Add the pukes, add the flutes. and we're gonna get into it. Moose Knuckle with the feet. Good to see Moose Knuckle here, buddy. I didn't see you like all night, man. For sure, bud. Much love. I haven't been checking in too much. I had a lot of hot news. Do you guys like those juicier hot news segments? I like that way better. We can't rot our brains with brain rot fucking sickos for like 2 hours and shit. It's fine, you know, even like an hour sicko segment, an hour on every segment's fine, in my opinion. But, you know, sickos, we got to curate that a bit. If we just bookmark every sicko, that's infinity, right? I could just go on some of just their accounts and we could do an hour, you know? And once that dawned on me, and it's just like, all right, you know, when there's another burial, we'll get real sicko-y and disgusting again. But there's a sicko segment tonight. Don't get me wrong, but it's not as beefy as some of these. You know, I like the hot news, right? I had a great time with those segments there. So, Jamie Hayter cutting a great promo, making his way to the ring. It is none other than All Jake. What's up, buddy?
Hey, how you doing, man? Finally back with my internet working.
Nice, dude.
Saturday,
nice,
man. So terrible. I could barely watch this actual show on Peacock. It kept freezing. I think my internet company was on holiday vacation.
Yeah. So,
what do you want, man? I just want to congratulate you on 5K. That's the entire reason I wanted to at least come on and say that, because that's awesome. I know how you wanted to get that before Christmas even. And what is it? 4th? Yeah, it's awesome.
No, of course I was going to have you too, but I had Awful on. He just dipped out of nowhere.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened there. I think maybe he doesn't want to talk about TNA and shit. I don't know. Maybe his wife was like, get the fuck out or something. I don't know, but shout him out. Much love to him. And I thought I was going to have him for like most of the news, right? So I was like, fucking okay, I was going to do the light news and then jump in AEW, but all good, man. But yeah, I got through those.
I'm here for what I want. Sickos and Dave, you know this is what I'm here for. This is what I'm here for.
Yeah, so we were gonna bake them anyways. I mean, that was on the agenda. And thanks for the 5K, bro. Thanks for being a good part of the PWT universe. And
tell me, let's recently. I'm like, Jesus, really? I did not know that.
Man. Let's get to that fucking 6K. Let's get to that 10K, guys.
10,
subscribe
right?
if you're not. Share the show around. Let's blow this thing up. Let's get 500 people watching every Wednesday, 500 watching every Saturday. Let's fucking do it. And yeah, I'm just I'm pumped. I told Awful earlier though, I was like, yeah, I don't want to be like too much of a mark for myself, like about the thing. But yeah, you guys know I love to fucking, you know, toot my own flute. You guys know that, so part of the gimmick here, right? So I'm not trying to be humble, Phil. I'm a little humble. I'm more humble than, yeah, I think people thought I'd be a little more fucking braggadocious about it, but I'm just like, you know what, fucking, I just feel real good. I'm like, fuck yeah, dude. Not even 2 years deep, and we're doing the damn thing. So yeah,
awesome.
Yeah, had fun doing that. So I'm gonna look at chat here, and round of applause for the PWT Universe. And just all my guests and everyone along the way too, and just fuck yeah. And Twitter. You know, did you see they purged a bunch of bots on Twitter and like fucking everyone's losing a bunch of followers? Good though. I'm glad. I'm back under 2K followers, and I'm like fucking good, man. You know, like I'm down to lose 100 if it means I lost like 40 or something, but it's like I'm down to lose a chunk of followers if it means these like fucking AI thought profiles are gone. You know what I mean?
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. I don't know if you took a hit. How many followers do you even have on X?
I think it's like like a little over 500 now, and I was over. I think it was over 6, but it was the bots, and I knew I had a bunch because I tried to find them too and look in there, but it takes too much effort.
Everyone does, bro. Yeah, I've gone through mine sometimes.
Yeah, well,
okay, let's remove them.
I was posting the GoFundMe a lot more, and I didn't notice because I wasn't paying attention to like the chat. That brought a lot out. Apparently.
Oh, of course.
I didn't write, and I'm like, oh Jesus, just block all that. I don't have time for that shit.
So Jericho's doing a fucking New York Minute, okay? It's breaking news.
What is with that hat?
And he's talking about at the Hammerstein Ballroom ROH final battle.
Oh,
here's a breaking New York Minute. So now he's a news guy and not a fucking teacher.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
What's going on here? So he's not a teacher, he's a news anchor. Is that the new gimmick? Yeah. We are the news gone wild. The news gone wild. Yeah.
Hi guys. Ugh.
Who the new Weve?
I have it
God
on mute. I
damn
can't even
it.
look at. Oh God, what's he saying?
He's wearing a hat with a 9 on it for New Wave.
Oh God, that
Or
hat
as
is just
fucking Meltzer
awful.
would say, the New Wave. Shit, man.
Oh, that was terrible.
The King of New York, he calls himself. Yeah, he was. I believe he was actually like born in New York. But he was raised in.
Yes, he was.
His dad played for the
Because his
fucking
dad
Rangers.
played for the
so
Rangers.
I know he's a dual citizen. Yeah, and he claims like Winnipeg, but he's he was a New Yorker, I think, born.
Yeah, because he was born in New York and he grew up in Winnipeg. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Yeah, Chris Irvine.
Okay, what is this cowboy shit going on now?
Okay, so this is the show. I didn't know if this was the commercial or the show.
What the fuck is this, chat?
Bandito. Oh God.
Is it for Bandito?
It is. It's there's a wanted poster.
Man, you can't, guys. No.
You can't make this shit up.
No, it's not an old Western. No, Zarya in like a clearly CGI thing. Like they do that for Tyson Fury and fucking Francis Ngannou in those fights. Bandito. Now, I'm not knocking this. At least they're trying something different. But that's not what you do. You have it be like modern time with an old school you just go to like Arizona somewhere where there's you go to Tucson where there's a
old
desert.
Tucson Studios, brother.
Dude, old Tucson, bro. And you roll up and you fucking put like it's modern, but it's like and it's like Bandito walking up and you don't quite show him, but he rips his own wanted poster off of a fucking thing. And it's like an old school wanted poster in modern times or whatever. That's how you do that shit. I get it. They're going the Julia Hart route. I'm not going to knock them fully for trying, but damn, that was a little too hokey, bro. Like the Old West doesn't exist. It's like if you did a thing with dinosaurs and we're like pretending they were real dinosaurs, you know?
Here's the thing. I'm from Arizona. And so all of those things, like there's old towns here where they do shows like that. I didn't know if that was a commercial for like there's like 3 of them that I could name right now. Old Tucson Studios, there's Tombstone, and then there's Rawhide. They put on like Western shows, but they're also like movie sets and stuff too. I didn't know if it was a commercial for that. And then you said Cowboys. I'm like, okay, so it is Dynamite.
Yeah, dude. Yeah.
That's so bad. Dude, they just went to one of those studios.
I fucking know what's going on, bro, out there. You know what I mean? And it's like they got
studios. Yeah,
bro. They got to go out there, fucking making old. They got good like those desert setups and all that shit, and that's what I'm saying. And you know what's up? Yeah, you're in fucking Arizona, dude. You know,
it was one of the field trips you would take every year. I
think
rite of passage in Arizona, man. I'm telling you.
Isn't Arizona where like Robert Rodriguez, that director, like built a studio as well, or am I wrong? Was that like in Atlanta?
I don't know, but it sounds probably. I mean, it would make a lot of sense. There's a lot of flattened and spare ground once you get south of like Flagstaff and Prescott.
Okay, I'm gonna look in the chat here. I'm gonna see what you guys want. Sickos or fucking. We got a lot of flutes. We got flutes. I think we want flutes first. Yeah, way more than sickos.
Everybody likes to pick on Dave.
And we got Penelope Ford, Anna Jay in the ring, Thirst Cast. However, I said it earlier in the show. These are both girls that fucking like they're only on TV to lose to like whoever's there is going to get a shot at the title. So
100%.
Who's going to win this match? A double KO, a double count out? You know, like how does this match go? But eyes glued. Some of the ladies in AEW are fucking attention grabbers. That's for sure. I don't know about ratings grabbers.
Nailed it. Robert Rodriguez's thing is in Austin, not Phoenix.
There you go, Austin. Yeah. I knew it was an A. A. Anyways, though, and this is what I think it was too. I think what's his face? Who's the guy who does Medea? Tyler Perry or whatever. He was building a studio out in Arizona, I believe. And what happened was he saw this AI thing that was unveiled. And he completely scrapped his like multi-million-dollar, like hundreds of millions of dollars he was sinking into building these studios, and he scrapped it when he saw this new like AI thing that came out because he's like, we're not going to need any of this anymore. Like fucking extras and movies are just going to be AI. Fucking backgrounds are going to be AI. But here's the thing, and I'll tell you guys this. I said it early on the show too, as a writer myself, and dabbling in I dabble in those worlds, right? The movie, television, film, all that stuff. Taking a break for a while, but much needed break. But yeah, I dabble. And I assure you, like they'll never replace, like movies won't get written with AI and shit. That can't happen. It's just it's missing something. Ben Affleck breaks it down better than anyone in the world. Look up his speech on that. Anyways, back to the graps. How about that? But yeah, don't worry about AI. It might replace backgrounds and shit and save people money and save the environment and shit, but it's not going to replace like people writing actual stories. You know what I mean? It just can't. It can't. There's no like soul in that and shit. But anyways, Dave Meltzer. It is time for a Dave Meltzer, a delicious, a delectable Dave Meltzer's dumb moment of the week. For 5K, baby. The 5K fucking Meltzer moment, baby. Let's go. And boy, is it juicy. Okay.
Oh boy. Oh fuck.
Boy, is it juicy. Starting January, AEW will be extremely profitable. So remember, he's saying that, right? So the Observer reports that WWE's comp ticket policy was changed as TKO increased revenue goals and because the demands for tickets remain high. Okay, there you go. So Dave admitting some shit, and we'll see throughout this admitting the opposite sort of for AEW as he does. So let's move along here. Uncle Dave, yeah, we covered this one. He was confused by the ending of Full Gear. So Dave's Jade Cargill injury news from this morning's Observer. Thank you, Meltzer said what, who has been sending me just fucking bags of gold when it comes to Meltzer here. So on 11/22, there was a storyline phantom attack on Cargill, shown laid out on a broken car windshield and, she and taken in an ambulance to the, hospital Tony Khan. We were told that Cargill is expected out of action for 3 months or possibly longer. We've gotten 3 different versions of the story from those in WWE. One was that, as is usual the case with WWE parking lot attacks, that it's a storyline cover for a real injury. However, this one has kept secretive. This one has been kept secretive. One person in WWE mentioned to us that it seems like nobody, including her friends, knows what the injury actually is or why it happened. Another higher up said 100%. So, okay, listen to how he says this. One person in WWE mentioned that it seems like nobody, including her friends, knows what the injury actually is. So then that's not a fucking source. Why even tell us that? And then another higher up. So another higher up, meaning like, are you insinuating the other guy was a higher up too? Or are you just saying like another higher up in the company said 100% that she is injured and the stories denying it are false?
Oh, God.
Okay, so nobody knows. But so you have someone in the company said no one knows, but then a higher up said, who should presumably know, says it's 100%. So why the fuck don't you report it's 100% an injury? I don't get what he's trying to do here. Another version. So WWE higher ups, he's admitting, so they're just giving you versions of stories, and you're just running with them,
whatever
and
they
telling
say.
every version of every story. So that means you don't really have a story. You're just speculating. So to say, not the Wrestling Observer newsletter, you say, this is the Wrestling Spectator Speculation
Guest letter.
Yeah, guest letter of the week, okay? That's what you call it. Dave's Guess Monthly, right?
Yeah.
Another version is that the injury was created to cover for a political backstage issue. So, again, Dave, a useful idiot, as Bischoff coined the term. He just gets handed 3 different bullshit stories, and then he just reports them all. And then it's actually none of the 3, though. It'll be because what we said, probably she's in a Super Bowl commercial or some shit.
Right, exactly.
And they're just filming it quick. Yeah, low key under wraps. Like, it'll be because of some shit like that.
It was just to make sure she didn't get hurt in War Games so she could film something. Like, it's fine. It's part of the
just some
storyline.
shit like that. Exactly, bro.
Yeah.
It's just something so simple, man. And then Dave goes on to speculate, for this story to be accurate, the Cargill and Belair tag team would have to be broken up to give credence to that one. What? If the team is put back together, that would refute that story. What story? That Belair attacked her? What story? If it's an injury? What the fuck are you talking about? Dave's just, the story doesn't make sense unless this thing I made up. Well, but if it isn't, that would lend credence to that aspect of it. Either way, Cargill and Belair will obviously have to give up their women's tag titles. So one would expect, obviously, Dave, do they? Because they haven't. Expect some form of tournament, which is yet to be announced. And yeah, okay, probably some form of tournament. WWE's doing the lazy. We're doing tournaments, pal. It's fucking. I'm so tired of these shits right now. But yeah, I don't know.
At least theirs makes
Dave,
sense and don't have to do math, so I'm fine with it.
yeah, Dave's great speculation there. Amazing stuff there by fucking Dave.
Observer guest letter. Good lord.
And Meltzer says the AEW Brisbane show has been moved to the indoor Brisbane Entertainment Center. And then on Black Friday, he goes, we have a 50% off Black Friday sale through midnight for 1 month of full coverage newsletters and podcasts. 50% off for a month. Early Black Friday for the Observer. $7.49, please. Yeah.
For 1 month. A 1 month sale. Thanks, Dave.
Oh, you gotta love it, man. Good shit.
Oh my god.
Good shit. So Rajgiri, we covered that before. Hold on, actually, let me see. Yeah, so Meltzer says there are more than 300 college and pro teams in a number of sports who are clients of this company. So Rajgiri and Dave Meltzer get into a little fight, right? And Raj says, how successful is the Jaguars if they're fucking 2-9? And Meltzer goes, there are more than 300 college and pro teams in a number of sports who are clients of his company. Clients of the whatever company he's fucking talking about, right?
I'm assuming Tony's like numbers company that he runs. In air quotes.
Right. And then Rajgiri goes, isn't the whole point of analytics to win games, or did I misread Moneyball? And I hope TK isn't helping 300 teams win games when his dad's $5 billion franchise is in the gutter.
Wow.
Bro, exactly.
Cook 'em.
Like, that's
Just
the problem with fucking Meltzer. He just crashes and burns every time. He just doesn't know what he's just in above his head.
Pokes the wrong bear, man.
Yeah. But here we go. So this guy, Lifer WWE, says Dave Meltzer gave the Ospreay versus Kyle Fletcher match at Full Gear 2024 a higher star rating than Razor versus Michaels at Mania X, Ricky versus Macho Man at Mania 3, Bret Hart versus Owen at SummerSlam 94, Bret versus Stone Cold at 13, Michaels versus Taker in Your House 97, Punk John Cena Money in the Bank 2011. It's like, how dare you, Dave? Ray versus Eddie at Halloween Havoc 97, Hogan versus Rock at 18, which is the greatest fucking wrestling match in pro wrestling history. HBK and Taker at both Manias. He rated lower than fucking Ospreay and Fletcher Bruvs. It's insane, bro.
That hurts my head. What? You lost me. What?
Listen to this. Every Kurt Angle match ever.
Yeah, no, like, right?
Any Ric Flair versus Rick Steamboat match ever.
The greatest trilogy of all time. The greatest trilogy of all time.
And here's a response from one, I believe, the Hitman.
That is such bullshit. It's the work of an idiot. Pathetic. Really stupid idiots. Are you an idiot? Lost idiot. He was the shits. You always be seen as a
God damn that Bill
as a
Goldberg.
complete failure. The term motherfuckers would have been crossing my mind pretty regular. Thanks for nothing. Go fuck yourself.
Let's go.
Goddamn Bill Goldberg. Oh, it's my favorite.
Hitman's still cooking. So Dave Meltzer talks. We've been chronicling like Disco Inferno's like sicko wars with Dave Meltzer here for a while. And so Glenn Gilberti. So Gilberti responds to Meltzer, tags him in something. And he says, like, anyone cares if a guy worth $8 billion makes a profit. Meltzer's pretending. And that's the thing, too. Meltzer keeps going, they'll be the most profitable wrestling company. It's like, that doesn't mean the story's good. No one cares that a billionaire is making a bunch of billions or whatever the fuck. Like, that's not going to win the argument of the fucking show's bad. The talent aren't trained up to snuff. You're hiring people for too much money than they're worth. So even if that is the case, which is a Dave Meltzer goddamn lie, we know he's liar about this. They'll be extremely profitable. I don't know about all that, bro. You lied before, Meltzer. But anyway, so Glenn says, like anyone cares. Meltzer's pretending there's a considerable amount of relevant people that do. It's not true. He's lying. And then Meltzer goes, sorry, reality broke your brain. Projection, bro. Dave is bro. Reality broke your fucking brain, homie. He goes, maybe if you pass second grade math. You wouldn't call something obvious a lie?
Wow.
I mean,
Just wow.
we all know your gimmick and laugh about it, but at least stay somewhere near reality. So Dave's, I like spicy Dave, man. Dave's like fucking, hey, Disco. And I like spicy Dave, man. He's piping back. I like when he fires up. He gives us the cringe, his goofy ass responses. Sorry, reality broke your brain. Like he's fucking, oh man, it's such projection. And then he's like, we all laugh about your gimmick. Like it was a joke fucking comedy gimmick, bro. And
it got over.
We all laugh about it behind the scenes. Who? You and Alvarez and the Bucks and shit are sitting there laughing about
he's one of the
Disco
boys.
and shit.
Really
I thought
does.
he didn't matter. Why do you motherfuckers care what he's got to say then if he's just an old washed up podcaster? You know what I mean? And then at least stay somewhere near reality. Meanwhile, Dave's on fucking Pluto. Dave's in another dimension on a Lego fucking Pluto planet, you know, playing with fucking papers and toys, you know. And then this Chris Hanover guy says Disco Inferno is one of the worst gimmicks in pro wrestling history. He was embarrassing to watch, worse than Mike Awesome's gimmicks in WCW, which is really saying something. Yeah, no, dude. Disco is better than Mike Awesome's gimmicks, which is saying something because Awesome was the shit in ECW, bro, and in Japan. Here's the other thing. Disco grabbed ratings. Meltzer admitted that. And also, Glenn Gilberti quote tweets it and owns this motherfucker and says, here's the Observer Awards for Best Gimmick. And let's take a look. And I actually want to read these. So in 89, Jushin Liger won Best Gimmick. Amazing. 90 through 94, Undertaker had the best gimmick.
Because Undertaker only debuts in early, like late 90. He debuts like at Survivor Series 1990. So he got it. Yeah, that's pretty good.
That's how much of an impact he made, dude.
Yeah.
And then
it got me. That hooked me so hard. I was a fan for life.
And then in 95, he said Disco Inferno, dude, was the fucking gimmick of the year. And then NWO in 96, Stone Cold in 97, 98, The Rock in 99, Angle in 2000. Good pull. The Hurricane, what's up with that? In 2001. Matt Hardy in 02 when he did the fucking P1. I love that.
Me too.
Version 1 Matt Hardy. John Cena in 03, of course. Bradshaw Layfield, good job, fucking Meltzer, for real, because JBL, that gimmick was so good. I don't care what anyone says. Mr. Kennedy, was that the fucking gimmick? Like, to me.
Well, aren't these voted on by Observer readers? I feel like
right. You're right. And then LAX for TNA as well. Boom, dude.
And he hates TNA, so he wouldn't have voted for that. He absolutely wouldn't have voted for it. But the Observer readers did.
But Disco Fever. Daniel Flores for $2 says John Hendry. That shit made me laugh. John Hendry, that shit that made me laugh so fucking hard, dude. I know
the best guys, Tony Khan.
Thank you for the super chats. And dude, I know John Hendry.
I believe in John Hendry.
Yeah. What's his name? John Hendry. I believe in John Hendry. Dude, that shit pops me every time. So good. Thank you so much for the super chats, dude. And yeah, dude, say his name and he appears. We believe in John Hendry. That's so fucking funny. It's like saying, what's that South Park? You say Biggie in the mirror instead of like Candyman or whatever, right? You say John Hendry, some fucking creep appears at your house. You're like, oh shit. But yeah, and then AEW Defender goes, so now the Wrestling Observer is important. Too funny. And this how much he's a bubbling. Like so many, he just gets 29 likes because nobody can come comment that he doesn't like and be like, you're a dumb fuck. You know what I mean? There's no reason he gets 29 likes. Like Disco has all these fucking haters. And no, dude, it's not that the Observer's important. It's missing the point. Glenn owns them there because it's like, dude, you're missing the fucking point. And then don't forget this gem. This is from K100. They go, with the Monday Night Wars still in full swing, Dave decides to take a look at who draws ratings and why. Okay. And the top rating draw is Disco Inferno. He's followed by Piper, Jericho, Austin, Alex Wright, rounding out the top 5. The worst, Scott Hall, followed by the Headbangers, Jarrett the Steiners, and Steve McMichael. So literally, the fucking Observer was reporting that Disco was fucking, during what some could argue the peak of the Monday Night Wars in full swing. Maybe not the peak of the wars, but the wars were in full swing. He writes it right here. Who is topping the fucking who draws ratings? Disco Inferno. Because he's a good ass gimmick. It's that simple. So it's not even about the
deal. It worked.
Yeah, it's not even about the observer being important or not. It's about just what Dave's saying then and then what he's saying now. Because he's not consistent in his bullshit. We've proven it time
brain
and
is
time.
completely melted over time. There was
Yeah.
a time where he made some sense and then just he lost it. And now he's saying reality broke other people's brain. It's complete projection because we've proven it. He's Meltzer brained.
So Meltzer criticizes TNA and goes, John Hendry is in the turkey suit match. I mean, I know that. Just seeing it in the graphic is like, did somebody miss the boat so badly they creatively drowned in the ocean? I feel like an astronaut in the ocean, actually. Brian, what you know about rolling down in the deep, Brian? Tony Khan. John Hendry is in the turkey suit match. Guys, I broke this down on my TNA Hired or Fired. Go and check that out if you haven't. It was a really fun time. I broke it down, right? Joe Hendry goes viral and shit. It's the turkey match because it's one of the things that, like, it's like when the fucking pumpkin was put on Ethan's head and then tricked to hit the flying knee. Like, all these turkey matches have a moment like that. You have Joe Hendry involved in it. He typically goes viral. Again, people are missing the boat on this. There has to be ebbs and flows. He's with TNA till the end of next year. He will get the title. But ultimately, he's doing Eurovision. He's got these other, like, really big, huge things going on. Just chill and wait, and trust me, he's never really fallen off. I believe in Joe Hendry. I know all you fucking sicko marks who pretend you love all wrestling, but you really don't. Hey, that I believe in Joe Hendry shit is years old already. By the time it came to NXT and WWE, it was already over. Hey, it was already super over with people who were like, pay attention to pro wrestling, like outside of the AEW bubble. I know it used to be, oh, if you pay attention outside the WWE bubble, WWE's like, okay, we're going to make our audiences pay attention outside of our bubble. Now fucking AEW's mad. Oh, what about us? Motherfucker.
Always under attack.
Yeah, dude. What happened to the whole bubble thing? So you guys are in a bubble. You don't realize Joe Hendry, John Hendry. You guys don't know John Hendry? No, but like, y'all don't know John Hendry was already popping though, like before with the say his name and he appears and the wave your hands. That shit was already like a hit and then kind of teetered off and then became a hit again. So it's just like, don't worry.
He had that match with Drew McIntyre before Drew McIntyre came back to WWE.
Yeah.
Where he was like doing the gimmick where that was when he was and he still does it. Where he does the parody songs and like you see the video because Drew's trying to be a heel and he has to cover his face with his hair because he's dying laughing because he's does the blue dabba dee dabba die, but it's with Drew. That was what 2017.
Yeah, that's years
that was
ago.
before
We're
Drew
talking
came
almost
back
a decade. Almost a decade he's been doing parody songs like. Yeah,
he's got it down. Like he's got it down to a science. That's why that song it's less than 2 minutes long, but it's like two completely different songs. It's got the fun part and then the guitar part. It's perfect.
Stephanie Dashing Purple says Stephanie Vacker clears Mariah May and Mina. I agree. Vacker clears everyone. Period.
Yes,
it's my favorite women's wrestler, and
same.
It's just something about her, man. Like she has that. She's short, but she has that stocky build. She's thick. She fucking has cool outfits, a unique look. Different than everyone else.
When she
can
came
do
out
the
at the end of
lucha
NXT,
style.
man.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, no, she's awesome.
The crowd reacts. She has aura.
Julia's
that
a star
aura.
too, but Stephanie Vacker clears her.
But
in
she
my
just
mind.
came and blew her away for some reason. Even
yeah,
Zarya,
I
like of
completely
all
agree.
those three, it's fucking Vacker for me. Where I'm like, yeah, that's her right there. You know.
Not even close, in my opinion. And and the other ones are great. That's the beauty of NXT right now. Like I don't understand how anybody doesn't love that show. I really don't. It's so good.
Well, speaking of fucking how does anybody love that show, we have more Glenn Gilberti versus Dave Meltzer stuff.
Yes,
you know,
please.
Meltzer says, sorry, reality broke your brain. Maybe if you passed second grade math. So we covered that. And then Glenn responds to another quote tweet and goes, AEW is having trouble drawing enough viewers to fill seats for their TV tapings. I can't even do a Glenn Gilberti. Next year's TV rights deal does not have any effect on that immediate problem. So I'm not exactly sure how reality broke my brain when you sound like the one with the broken brain. And yeah, it's that true. It's that true. It's true. It's damn true. It's real. It's goddamn real, or whatever he said in GCW, right? Wrestle purists quote Dave
Projection.
Meltzer.
It's real projection.
Yeah, dude, projection. And so Wrestle purists say they quote Meltzer, who goes, "We were told to expect more WWE talent on the indies over the next year." Oh, so you mean like how they've been all over the indies all this whole year, and now you're told to expect more of that after they just launched a WWE ID program for independent wrestlers? No way. No way. Tell me more. $12.90, $7.50, $7.49, please. Sorry, it's a
all right for the next
50%
month. It's
Black
yeah, my bad. Black Friday.
Yeah.
1 month, 1 month at half price.
And this is when Meltzer just loses touch with reality. I think we covered this before, but this guy goes, Dave Meltzer has no clue what success actually is. He throws the word around and makes up scenarios and changes definitions so he can seem like he's so much smarter than everyone else. You're a fucking clown, Dave. And Meltzer goes, I'm smart enough to know that when I'm wrong, I learn from it rather than dig my heels in and become more wrong.
That's all you do.
Whoa. Yeah,
You what?
What? Whoa. And then he goes, once
Literal
the TV
projection.
deal was signed, the question was answered as far as the wrestling franchise was concerned. He just loves AEW, this guy.
So much, dude. He's just the best guy. Tony Khan.
It's pretty crazy, man.
It's sad. It's sad how much he loves Tony and the Bucks. It's just it's embarrassing. And Osprey
so
too, I guess.
Wrestle Magazine. Yeah, don't forget, bruv. Wrestle Magazine screen grabs Al Bundy here, throw in a football, and then it's Dave Meltzer responding to Jim Valley. And and Jim Valley goes, why must you torment me, Dave? And then Meltzer goes, you tormented me by pointing out the jacket that I had family that okay. You tormented me by pointing out the jacket that I had family that thought it was ugly. What the fuck?
His brain is just gone.
You tormented me by pointing out the jacket that I had family that thought it was ugly, not realizing the status value of it. Everything's like, what?
It's
so now he's like,
text. That's how he talks.
My jacket got a 3-year TV deal with Warner. It has extreme value. By 2027, actually, my jacket will be worth $7 million. It's great. Tony Khan. But I still have my national jacket for being on the all-star team of sports writers. Oh,
The best guys, Tony Khan.
I am douche chilling. Oh, do you guys feel that, chat? Jake, do you feel that shit like in your spine?
Yeah.
Sometimes it's in your dotummy, goes into your arms. Oh my god,
Gets
that
me in the
cringe.
fingertips a lot of times. Yeah. Oh yeah. Deep
Oh
down.
man,
Yeah.
that's just douche chills. But I still have my national jacket for being on the all-star team of sports writers. Is he being serious or is he joking?
I feel like he made one for himself. Like he went and got the
gold green jacket.
Like he bought himself
gold
a starter
jacket, green jacket. Who gives a shit?
Gives a shit. Nice.
Gold
Good
jacket,
pull.
green jacket. Who gives a shit? Yeah. Here we go. So Dave Meltzer on the crowd reaction to Jericho versus Ishii 2 on last night's Dynamite. It's the reality of AEW. The same thing on the pay-per-view. If this match was at an AEW show 1 year ago, even the people would have gone crazy for the match. No, they wouldn't have. From the start. But now they have to work so hard to get the crowd going. At least he's admitting it. Oh shit, I guess that's a smart Meltzer moment.
Well, what did he? Didn't he give it 4 stars though?
Did he give this bullshit match 4 stars where they slapped each other? Holy fuck. Well, we got a lot more Meltzer to get to, so I'm sure we'll come across.
I've seen that, but I could be wrong.
That at some point.
Someone could have made it up, but I don't know.
Yeah, so he just says like they have to work so hard to get the crowd going. Yeah. Well, when it's 2 fucking old sub 50 guys just slapping each other like 2 drunk uncles at a fucking
For 2 segments
Tijuana on a Mexican Christmas. Yeah, it's like, what the fuck's going on here, man? This is crazy. So Meltzer acting like he has sources inside of WWE in 2024. Meltzer says, if I told you. So this guy goes, what the fuck was the point of Rock's return at Bad Blood? And it's like to show up at Bad Blood and remind you all that he's going to come again sooner or later, that he will just show up out of nowhere. That's literally the point.
Watching. Yes, exactly.
To let you know he's always watching, and he's not letting go of any vendetta. He still has the people in mind that he wants to take out. And like,
He
what do
didn't
you
like
guys
that
think?
Cody and Roman were teaming. Yeah, there was a lot there.
So fucking stupid, man. It's the dumbest thing ever.
Yeah,
and
like
then
people who
Meltzer
really
goes,
think he's not going to be at Mania. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
I know, dude. And then Meltzer make believing here. If I told you that one, there would be a meltdown. Like he knows anything.
Like, he
Oh,
knows
really?
anything.
Like when you got fucking, Alpha's dead or what? Sika's dead and he's not really dead, but like the Rock's family or what, bud? Dewey, do you, Dave? Huh? Dewey, do you? Dummy Dave over here, right? So he doesn't know shit. No one told him shit. His guess would make you lose your mind because it's something stupid.
But which higher up is going to give him the bullshit story this time? And they say higher up in air quotes. Probably talking to the male guy.
Friend of the show, Ref MJ from NJ.
Yes.
Dropping bombs earlier.
Go.
Drops a Meltzer bomb and says, I take great offense to this tweet. I spent $400 in super chat supporting pro wrestling content creators this past month. I also paid the caddy $200 on Tuesday. I also made my own money. Daddy wasn't a billionaire. Do you think Dave knows who Shad Khan is or just Tony? And so this woman here, I'm assuming Grima, that seems like a female name, so I'll just say this lady here. People with sub $200 on their debit cards be here talking about a billionaire being a very, very poor businessman. This app is something else. And Meltzer says, this is what I mean. It's like a bow down. They go, oh, the WWE sheep. No, you guys are sheep, bro. Like, you're not questioning authority. You're not questioning power. Like, okay, yes. When has it become cringe for average everyday people to question the power and the people who control all the money and shit in an industry or just in the world in general? It's what we've all done. Like, what are you talking about? That's what you do. It's what people have done since the beginning of the time. So I don't fucking know, man. It just seems cringe. Like, you're more sheepish. Oh, don't question a billionaire. Billionaires can't luck into billions and invent things and then not really know what the fuck to do business-wise, right? Like, you can't invent something, get really rich, buy a bunch of shit, and then put your son in charge of fucking businesses he has no idea how to run. That could never happen, right? That's never happened in the world. The fuck is this guy talking about? So Meltzer's like, especially one who built a successful analytics company. So he built a successful math company of people who do math for sports, right? And he built it with his dad's money doing math, which if I had $1 billion, anyone who knows how to do math could do that, right? And I'm not saying like, oh, you can't crunch the analytics. If I studied it, I could, right? Math is something literally anyone can learn if they study, okay? So you don't even need
doesn't care about investment.
You don't even need fucking working legs or arms to do math. You know what I mean? Anyone can fucking do math. So to some degree. So yes, he started an analytics company with his dad's money. That's awesome. Anyone
his dad doesn't care about losses, so
anyone can cook a
bunch
cheeseburger
of money
too.
into it.
If I had a fucking $1 billion, I could start a fucking cheeseburger company too. It doesn't want to run it, right? I might cook a mean burger, but it's like, fuck, man. It's just he misses the point every time with Dave. But yeah, he's like, major sports teams used to prior to building a successful Major League Pro Wrestling business from scratch, something no single person still living has ever done. So fucking Triple H, Vince McMahon, none of these people use stats and analytics to build their fucking company. Vince McMahon used zero stats and analytics to fucking buy WWE and then turn it into this big conglomeration, and then Triple H takes it over and he uses no analytics. That's why they just took a wild guess and signed this Netflix deal. That's why they're so white hot. They're just lucking out and doing old wrestling and doing comedy stuff for low IQ, dumb fuck trailer park motherfuckers. Is that it, Dave? Or is it that you don't know what you're talking about? You're a goddamn idiot. No single person still living has ever used analytics and statistics and analytics companies to help their fucking sports teams.
Do you think Nick Khan has done since he showed
Mark
up?
Cuban's never fucking used an analytic company to help him and the fucking Mavericks get better in the history of man. Are you fucking sure about that, buddy? Do we need a fact check you on that, buddy? Holy man, this is the shit that drives me mad here. It's like, bro, dude, amazing. This round of applause for just the fucking this tweet in general, man. Like, my God, fantastic.
Yeah,
oh my God, it's orgasmic how fucking good this one is right here, dude. No single person living has ever done that. Really? Never. An analytic company to fucking, I don't know. It's just crazy.
Does he not know what Nick Khan does? Like, that's literally what Nick Khan was brought in to do, and why he's the biggest. Like, Vince leaving is probably the biggest overall difference, but it's Nick Khan is what's been driving this whole thing.
Yeah.
He's like,
UFC never brought in analytic people.
Right?
They never have done that. No, there's never been a sports analysis company that crunched numbers anywhere ever before, or just person or line of work in general. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
He just says some random crap. Like, that's I can't.
So Meltzer talks about there not being blood in war games this year, and it's like, could you be any more of a mark? Who gives a fuck if there's blood in the war games match? Like, yes, it can elevate it, but this is just such like a. When Vince we get blood almost every Raw and SmackDown, it feels like. So what, like, whether it's hard way or not. So what are we talking about? This is like such a fucking like Vince McMahon era WWE conversation to even have. So anyways, though, there's no blood in war games this year. I know some people complained about that, actually. Who? Like, you and your friends? I know some people complained about that. Where? On X. When I say, dude, there's a lot of people attacking on X this thing or whatever, I quantify it. You can't just say, I know some people complain. Yeah, I know some people who don't like fucking tomatoes on their sandwich. Like, what are we fucking talking about here? That's crazy. Like, how does this pertain to anything that we should care about? Who are these some people? Are they the fucking ruler emperors of the world? Is it Uatu the Watcher and the fucking and the Watchers? You know, like, what? Who is it? What is it? But anyways, he goes, because there was no blood in the war games. Who, man, on Twitter, like your Twitter bubble? And since they do blood, I kind of get that one, because it's like, if you know that they're never doing blood and you complain that they're not doing blood, as people used to do in war games or in cage matches when Vince was in charge and there was a no blood policy, I was like, you already know there's a no blood policy. Don't complain about it. It is what it is. But now the fact is, it's not a no blood policy. This is the cringiest shit. Like, only a fucking kid in the 6th grade gives a fuck about this. Now the fact is, it's not a no blood policy, and they did have a war games. 1 and 1 makes 2. Brian, did you not know that? They
Everybody's
did do
got a
these
first
things,
name.
and they did have no blood. And so, to me, you did have the mental right to expect blood in a war games match. Why? Why though? It's so dumb. I just, oh my God.
Because there was blood in Hell in a Cell, so you had to have it here. You didn't need to. It was the match didn't need it.
Yeah, and here's the thing too. Here's the thing too, man. He peddles this out, then all the brain rot motherfuckers just push this around the IWC, and it gets sick out there. But he's like, you know, it's war games match, and they do blood. He says do again. So I do understand the criticism, and you know, I get that one. Dave, you're the most like fucking
worst ever.
Yeah, like, you're the most worst ever. But it's like, dog, of course you have to understand, like, you understand this criticism that's like a minute nothing burger of a fucking, he's pretty much saying it at the start too. Well, I know it's like nothing, but and it's like, dude, this is a nothing burger of a fucking thing to be concerned about at all. And like, you could be critical of things like this and the criticisms people bring up of AEW that are actually more glaring, that actually affect it. Right? And you could be more critical of those things, but instead you don't. And that's why you're a fucking laughing stock, because you're only taking it and going, oh, you know, I do get that one. I get this criticism. So you get this one menial fucking benign criticism of WWE, but like important criticisms of AEW, you explain away magically. Whereas I could just simply go, well, they just didn't have blood. There you go. There's no fucking explanation. It doesn't need a whole report card. They just didn't do blood. There you go. Bronson
how
broke
many
his ankle.
Samoans were in the
one wanted-
match?
Yeah.
Samoans
no
don't
one wanted to
bleed
blade.
usually.
Yeah, Samoans don't bleed. Punk didn't want to blade. There you go.
Didn't
Just
need
real
it.
quick.
The match was amazing.
Yeah, we're trying to keep Punk healthy as possible. That means cuts included. God forbid. You know,
Right?
the fucking
Just be
WrestleMania season.
smart.
It's that simple, bro. So it's just, yeah.
They had the
he's-
Netflix
he's-
meeting.
Dave's so cute.
They didn't want any cuts for the Netflix meeting.
So we continue along with Disco going at
yes, please.
other people, I guess, who are all, it ties into the Meltzer stuff. So Beef Soup Dinner. So shout out Soup here. He goes, the other thing I'm sick of hearing from Dave and Fightful is that AEW is profitable. They're hell bent on pushing that narrative without providing proof. They sound like CNN. And it's basically that. It's just basically any new Fox, whatever.
Right.
It just
They all have their
mainstream-
agendas.
It's the mainstream gatekeeper fucking media. And that's what I call out all the time with the sheets. It's Dave. It's all you guys know the sheets we're calling out here. They block you if they don't like you. If you don't like AEW, then you're not welcome or you're critical of anything. And you know what I mean? You get so it's the same thing as like in all media, actually, I would say fucking MMA media is a little more open. Like it's well acknowledged that like Ariel's the most profesh guy, and then the rest are kind of, there's like Luke Thomas and them, and they're like up there as well, but then everyone else is sort of like the fringe guys are already like the main, like what we're doing now in pro wrestling, this is already sort of done in MMA media like a while back,
Yeah.
And it's crazy because in MMA to this day, they're like, Dave Meltzer's pretty reputable. I'm trying to do an MMA guru accent, but even Guru, it's like, bro, I love you, Guru, but Meltzer's not reputable. Like, yes, he knows he gets good access to like ticket sale numbers. And that's why in the wrestling world, he's ruined his reputation because he won't
Seriously.
he won't admit that like he can't talk about ticket sales. He has to find all these spins to defend AEW because the stuff he actually has access to, which is TV ratings and ticket numbers, they don't favor AEW. So he's always putting a spin, and that's why he's become a clown. But anyways, Gilberti responds and goes, like anyone cares if a guy worth $8 billion makes profit. Oh, this is what got Dave upset. He's lying. He knows he's lying. He's a dishonest person. Breaking news, Meltzer's firing up the excuses machine. So here's for last week's fucking Dynamite rating. Meltzer goes, AEW did 536K, a 0.15 on Wednesday, 5 p.m. on the West Coast is part of it. But that, that doesn't explain the entire drop. More to come. So it doesn't explain the entire drop because the West Coast, that's part of it. So there's multiple factors, but for NXT, it's like, oh, they fucking suck. Oh, pretty good. There was a basketball game, not playoffs or anything, just a game, so it's always just some bullshit. Anyways, fuck Dave for that
terrible.
One. I tweet this out, sometimes smart Meltzer too. And of course I am being still fuck Meltzer, but he goes, I think Cody leaving helped WWE more, but I think the Punk situation hurt AEW more. And it's like, yeah, you're right. Everyone knows that. At least you're being honest about it, but it's not like some compelling shit that someone had to ask you or like whatever.
One really begat the other. I think if Cody stays, the Punk situation probably doesn't get nearly as bad.
Yeah, but I do agree with Dave. I mean, that is true. And then he responds to this guy and goes, I always felt it was a long-term negative. Khan would argue that point and has. So he's saying Tony Khan would argue the point and has to Meltzer that. Wonder what happened 8 months ago. Hint, hint, the CM Punk footage. The cloud looms over still. So Meltzer admitting as well, like, yo, I thought it would have been a long-term negative to show the footage. Khan still and has argued that no, for the long term, that was a good idea. So I love when Dave peels the curtain back on dummy Tony. Like, Tony, you for real fucking think and have tried to argue with a straight face to these motherfuckers, a wide-eyed straight face, that like, this was in any way
The best guys, Tony Khan.
To play that Punk footage, bro. That is insanity.
White nose, straight face.
Oh Jesus! Oh, come on now, Jake. That's not very fair. No.
Yeah, somebody had to say it. I'll take it.
This was on Thanksgiving, mind you. Okay.
Oh God.
So this is Dave defending AEW on Thanksgiving for this poor shit ass Dynamite rating. He goes, AW did 536K, a 0.15 on Wednesday, 5 p.m. on the West Coast is part of it, but it doesn't explain the entire drop. So we covered that. Shout out Neckbeards. You go up here and Meltzer goes, network versus cable. So there's no real comparison. CW in more homes. But see, it's always just CW's in more homes. That's yeah. And he goes, CW in more homes, but for those who want to argue it, and it's a silly one, it's 205,000, 0.153 based on total universe, 0.37 TBS universe, not like the PWT universe. We play flutes, Tony Khan, to 201,000, 0.150 total universe.
What?
It's just like, bro, you're in another universe, Dave.
There it is. Thank you. That's the answer.
Oh my God. And then this guy, AJ Leatherman, showed him out. He goes, according to Dave himself, the CW only has about 4% more homes than USA did. So I don't know why Dynamite versus NXT on USA was a completely fair comparison, but Dynamite versus NXT on CW somehow is apples and oranges, right? Because Dave admits here, dude, how many homes have CW compared to USA Network? Think I remember it being a lot more households growing up, but don't know if that's still the case. Meltzer admits it, dude. It's 71 million to 68 million. So it's just a 4% difference, but he keeps going like, oh, it's in much more homes.
Well, broadcast.
It's just I know, bro. It's so hilarious, and like people are just calling him out. Like, you don't even have to be a Meltzer said what anymore, bro. There's just people clipping. Everyone's doing their Meltzer fucking bits now. JD's going off on Meltzer rats. Let him have it, man. You guys fucking get it from the source here at PWT, but it's just amazing. To me, it's fucking, oh God, the biggest shit-eating grin on my face when I see just dumb shit like this. I almost want to leave this bookmark for the next video, but it can't just all be funny tweets. You know what I mean?
But they're all funny tweets.
Yeah, that's the problem, man. You just scroll
like everything he says. Yeah, now that we can see them with ease, like you're not blocked from seeing them. I don't know. I don't want to interact with them. I just want to laugh at him.
Yeah. So fucking Jade Cargill's hurt, and he's like, we got 3 different versions of the story. What? So then people made a bunch of shit and told you some shit. You know what I'm saying?
But they're 3 higher ups.
Yeah, it's so stupid. We already talked about this, so yeah, I don't want to listen to.
Are they higher ups or somebody in a Discord server? That's what I want to know.
So Dave Meltzer's dumbass destroys AEW one tweet at a time here. So Meltzer says network versus cable, so there's no real comparison. CW's in more homes, but for those who want to break it down. So yeah, basically it's just he doesn't realize that he's just stooging how AEW is just in the shits, man. Like NXT is kicking its ass, period. So the more homes thing is like, okay, 4%. And then if we look at that 4%, like how many are watching NXT? There's a whole thing we could get into there. It's just picking fucking, what's the old expression, right? We're splitting hairs here. Yeah, NXT. Yeah, that's the old expression. Yeah, NXT is a fucking better show, but that's
just what it is. I don't know what else to say.
Hairs here. Yeah.
Right? It's just better television.
So Penta El Zero Mieto's AEW contract expires imminently, but Rey Fenix reportedly isn't being let out of his contract with injury time being added, despite there being no plans to use him. So yeah, like obviously Dave has just been flat out told that fucking there's no plans to use Phoenix. Like obviously, because why would he just say it so boldly? Like yeah, and Tony and him just text, like we've covered it. We have it still in the bookmarks. Like, yo, these two guys text fucking storylines back and forth and all of this sort of thing. So obviously,
Brian confirmed that.
There's more of that. Yeah, there's more of that going on. Brian Alvarez confirmed that himself from his own measly chicken lips, as Jim Cornette would say. And yeah, so we've chronicled that here. But either way, there's nothing new on Phoenix. The last word is that he's not being let out of his contract, but they aren't going to use him either. What a fucking baby back bitch, man. That is some bullshit right there. That's exactly what Tony Khan and them said they wouldn't do, and it is a goddamn shame. that Phoenix has just got to be dried up like Ricky Starks and Wardlow, just shelved up. Oh, the Fed wants you shelved up. Fuck you, free Ellie. Fuck Ellie. We're Tony Khan. So
Danhausen's Punk's friend, so there's no way he's getting back on television.
it's a bunch of bullshit, man.
Yeah.
Meltzer tweets out in response to this Eric Wright guy, who Eric Wright says, yeah, AEW has the more popular station, the more watch station, and the bigger lead-in. But if we still want to bring up network versus cable, please don't leave out those key factors. Let's be fair. And then Meltzer goes, nobody knows the lead-in for CW because it's hundreds of different ones in every market. So you're making something up. Yeah, but Dave, the point is that where you just owned yourself, bro. This is so stupid. The point is that we know that the Big Bang's gonna lead in with like 1 million almost every fucking time, or 700,000 to a fucking million. That's the difference. So even though it's different in every market, they're still kicking ass. Like, bro, how Dave doesn't understand he's just digging the hole deeper is hilarious. And he just said earlier to Disco, when I'm wrong, I don't dig my feet in and embarrass myself. It's exactly what he's doing. It's literally the literal thing he does better than anyone. Moving along. He gave this match, Mercedes and Statlander, 4.5 stars, man. More than fucking Hogan and Rock.
You what? Did you just ask Tony, what should I rate these matches before they go on?
Yeah. What's your rating? And I'll compare mine. Let's compare, and then we'll do the average, but then we'll like really go with mine if we'll
round up. We'll round up. Yeah. We'll round up.
Because then I won't cancel my subscription if you just let me do them. Well, you know what, Dave? I think we're pretty much on the same wavelength. Then we could just do them. I could just do them, and you can trust me. It's fair. I'm a senior. I'm a junior correspondent. Remember?
Because I secured the bag.
Yeah, I secured the bag. So Dave Meltzer on Cody Rhodes and Will Ospreay being the top two in the Wrestler of the Year conversation. So Meltzer says WWE is by far the dominant promotion. Cody Rhodes is drawing great. He won the world title on the biggest show of the year. He's defended it all year. He's been pushed hard. He's been drawing great. Record drawing. So I would say that by that standard, he's number one. The other one is that Will Ospreay had a better year this year than last year. So shitty year? Like, what does that mean? What the fuck did he do last year? Name one fucking house he drew last year. Name one match that people will go, that will be remembered forever, that he fucking had last year, that compared to the level of what Cody's done. What is Dave talking about? It's like he hit 400 for a mid-level team. The other guy he hit 400 for how? What house did he draw? What rating did he get? What fucking, so he did really cool flips in a match. And
he
that
put on
makes him
star matches to Dave.
Yeah, so to Dave, like, you just care about moves. I know we've already confirmed that here at PWT, but you know, you're just an idiot. He hit 400 for a mid-level team. How is that possible? How? What did they do at all in any metric that's you could say, like, yeah, he hit 400, so he had good matches in your eyes, which is the majority of people think you're wrong. Stupid. Yeah, dude. So the other guy was the superstar quarterback for a championship team. You could argue either way. No, I don't think you can argue this at all.
You're comparing baseball and football, first off.
I think it's incomparable. I think Cody's had better matches as well. Overall, more memorable matches, better matches. I think he had moments with like AJ Styles and Leon. I think he's had the Roman Reigns thing. Some of these storylines, the stuff with The Rock. I mean, the shit Cody's been doing, man. He's on every show, sellout after sellout.
Every time, like, yeah.
Dude, he's had solid matches with everyone, and then you're just saying like Ospreay because he came in and was in like a casino battle royal or two, and then he was in a couple triple threats or whatever, and then like it's so stupid, man. It's just not based. This is so detached from reality. It truly fucking is.
Yeah. And then this 400 is just insane. The last time somebody hit 400 was like 1946. Like, so it doesn't
and then
happen.
Real Philly. That's what I'm saying, dude. And then Real Philly P here, the Phil with two L's. The Phil with two L's because he fucking is always holding L's. He goes, Ospreay has had the best portfolio of matches any wrestler's had in a single year in history this year. He's number one. What the fuck? And I go, no, he didn't. Wrestling Roman Reigns and The Rock automatically clears anybody from any other federation, period. If it does, like, the catalog or portfolio of matches. So, he had a great flippy match that drew nothing against Ricochet in a triple threat with Takeshita and fucking
half a house.
And okay, let's say it drew 10,000 people. Great. Raw does more than that literally every Monday, and Cody will wrestle Carmelo Hayes and it'll do that.
And Cody will wrestle the dark match on certain shows. He wasn't even on Raw. Like, the Raw was just here November 25th. I didn't go because it was like on the complete other side of the city. But and Cody came out for the dark match after the show went off the air and wrestled a match, and then did this whole like stay with the crowd thing again. He didn't. He wasn't even advertised for the damn show. I probably would have waited if I didn't know that was going to happen.
Yeah, dude, he'll cook a promo segment with Gunther, whatever. Ospreay's promo segments aren't like blowing it away, grabbing ratings. There's nothing going viral. There's no heat or anything. There's nothing really. Him and Fletcher are cooking up, but people are more interested in Fletcher. Like, they're clearly pushing. They've been doing a better job booking Fletcher than fucking Ospreay. They should have brought Ospreay in and did everything he's doing, but like with Fletcher. And he could have did all. They didn't even need to add it. So I don't fucking know, man. I think it's to even compare this shit is actual insanity in my book, just objectively speaking. If you want to boil down quality of match, we could do that. Like, I could sit there and look at every pay-per-view match Ospreay's had and every Cody match, and I could do that gladly. I would need fucking a lot of super chats to waste my time going back and doing that. For real, it's like, fuck, man. But if you sickos want me to do that, and I'll give you an honest assessment if I think Ospreay's match is clear. But to be honest, man, some of Ospreay's matches with guys in TNA before he came to AEW cleared the ones he's doing now, in my opinion, my humble opinion. So I don't fucking know, man. It is what it is, but that to me is just baffling. It's Cody number one, bar none. You can't even refute it. There's no argument. He had great matches. In Dave's opinion, he did great physical flip matches, but what did any of them mean? And
Cody main evented both nights of WrestleMania.
Yeah, exactly.
That's all you got to say.
Right there,
biggest show of the year, both nights, sold out.
And then, so we continue along with like Discos and Meltzer's sicko war here, and Meltzer's like responding to some goober and saying, "Don't worry about him. He's completely transparent. They all are. Once the deal came, they either had to admit they were wrong or keep up their shtick, and none could admit they were clueless about the value of modern TV." Dude, Dave's such a sicko, and he's saying this cope. This is real life cope with Meltzer. I'm telling you right now. No, for real. Like, this is the best example of cope, because he's just like, they all are. Once this deal came, that we don't even know. They just said upwards 183 or 185 million, and that would not get them out of the red whatsoever. So for Dave, this TV deal, if they did a pay-per-view every week, he's been so wrong about this whole TV deal. People would have to admit they're wrong or keep up their shtick. Remember, guys, never, lest we forget that at this last TV deal around crunch time, what was Dave saying? It went to him talking all this confident shit to eventually going, it is weird that they're not signing it yet. It's kind of crazy. And then the deal that got signed was nothing like he predicted. I was more accurate, and I'm a dumb fuck, and I'm not even the news. And Dave knew nothing about it. He was completely off on everything, on fucking everything, right? And I just Frankenstein stitched together ideas I hear from other people. And then I go, okay, this is what I thought. I was pretty fucking close on a lot of the money details wise, just taking shots in the dark. I don't know shit about that aspect of television and stuff. Meltzer doesn't either, though, is the point I'm trying to point out. I was more accurate. I don't know shit. I'm a dumb fuck. This guy's like, I'm an expert. He was completely wrong, and he's gaslighting everyone himself. He's actually coping. This is cope, because he's not saying this to convince anyone. He's not convincing anyone. We all know he's full of shit. But he's saying this to like convince himself. They're transparent. No, you're transparent. That's projection. Keep up their shtick. That's what you're doing. Admit they were clueless. You're fucking clueless. They're not going. They're not going to be this ultra profitable. Maybe after a few years, sure, but no, dude. It's just not. They're doing stadium shows that 15,000 people are going to show up to. Like, no. And then Glenn Gilberti responds and goes, Conan, here's Dave out of complete ignorance because he doesn't listen to our podcast, telling an easily verifiable lie about what we said on the podcast. And what Glenn's doing here too is kind of what Phil likes to do. He's throwing it back in Dave's face as far as like he doesn't listen to our podcast, telling an easily verifiable lie. Like that's what Meltzer does. Oh, you obviously don't read, you don't listen to everything, or else you fucking you would know. If you read every 5,000 word, you would know, right? So Conan,
reading is your friend.
yeah, Disco's kind of throwing that back in his face.
Yeah.
I feel that's the vibe I got, where he's
Listening
like,
is your friend.
Yeah, like listening is your friend. You know, he doesn't listen to our podcast, so he's telling a lie, just having fun with Meltzer, and Meltzer's a fucking geek. So the wrestling V1, so that's 6 in Roman numerals, says Mr. Wrestling V1 says AEW do have to have a come to Jesus moment and kind of go like, there are things we got to change and change greatly. And the more they try to be WWE, the more that they'll fail. Dave Meltzer. So Dave is trying to convince everyone to, well, they can't go and be like WWE because then that means I was wrong. But they need to go more like WWE. Now, I'm not saying become fully WWE, but you need to go more in that direction if you're trying to appeal to casuals and sell out stadiums. If you just want to be Hindi, no, not that. Sorry, I shut out my Hindi. But if you guys just want to be indie and do like what you're doing, if you just want to do what you're doing, fine. But fucking make it an indie. Like, don't even put it on TV, upload it to YouTube, and then do pay-per-views, super pay-per-views once a month or once every 2 months or 3 months.
Yeah,
do a
you're a
super
super indie,
indie
that's
pay-per-view.
fine. Yeah,
and
exactly.
just AEW, let Tony play on YouTube and shit. Go ahead and do that, and then you won't get criticized, right? But it's
exactly.
But like, if you want to do stadiums and all that shit, yeah, you gotta WWE it up. And Meltzer's like, the more they WWE it up, the more they die. No, that's not it. It's that it's too little, too late, bro. It's that they're not cooking. They brought in WWE guys. We gave it a chance. Finally, Mox can be Mox. Vince isn't fucking people up. We can see it happen. Da-da-da-da. Rusev's over there. He can finally just be Miro, the crusher we all want him to be. He doesn't got to get cucked out and stuff. Shout out YouTube, right? And then they just fumbled it. They fucked it all up. And so that's where the bad faith is. Like, Hurt Syndicate can do whatever. They can be brilliant. No one cares. John Cena could go to AEW. No one cares. Wolverine DX for $5 says, Dave double standard. Cody, he talked about his Mania win, the draw, the push, etc. Osprey, better year than the last. No further explanation required. Dude, exactly. That's exactly what it is, dude. Like, he doesn't have to quantify that in any way. And that's what I was saying. Like, how do you quantify that? Physicality in matches and cool moves in matches. Okay. If you want me to, I can break down what matches are better, and I'll give you my criteria of what I think good wrestling is. And then we can compare. You know, that's the only way to do these things. But Dave, I'm the observer, but he just thinks his shit is objective, and the truth, it's really not saying mine is either, but I don't give dumb fucking ratings. I just react to stuff, you know? Wolverine, man, thank you for the fucking super chat as well. Appreciate that. Let's see here. Let's see. What else do we got? It's a long Dave one, man. So, but I'm not mad at it at all. I love the long Dave ones. Here's what Dave said about Jade Cargill's reported injury.
Oh, God.
So we saw his written take. Here's his verbal diarrhea dumb fuck take. I'm so excited. Let's refresh our brains with a quick Dave Meltzer flute here for this moment, because it's another one. Here's Dave.
Jade Cargill is out for a while. She is legitimately injured, hence the injury angle on SmackDown. And likely tag titles will be stripped. Tournament.
They must have to be. I was told 3 months minimum. The other thing is, whatever the actual injury is being kept very secret, because, you know, I've heard from several in the company who are aware of the injury, and they say not only do they not know what the injury is, but people who are very close to her don't even know.
So it's probably not even a fucking real injury. Have you ever thought about that? Like, have you guys ever stopped and just thought, like, you know, just not an injury, maybe?
It's an angle. Oh my God.
Or it's not as bad. It's like a sprained ankle, and they're like, all right, well, let's write her off, keep her healthy, because we need Jade for fucking the Rumble or whatever.
Right.
For whatever reason, you know, what the actual injury is not well known.
They had a list of about 95 different things that they had diagnosed her with in storyline. And one of them, I believe, was a torn meniscus. And
I swear they're like trolling Dave with that too when they're like when they post 95 different things like Alvarez said, because that's what they did, and that immediately made me go, well, then this is fake. She has maybe one of those injuries, probably not even, and she's just gonna go film a Super Bowl commercial or whatever the fuck she's filming a TV show or something. Yeah, like come on now, dude. She's doing some Netflix promo or some shit. Like, what are you guys talking about? Yeah. I mean, I have no clue what's going through these guys' minds, but they just confirmed it was an injury. So she is legit injured, and then they go in and talk about Dave clarifies and no, we were told 12 different stories that we don't know. What? Then what the fuck you guys like? A couple of goobers right here. That's why I don't give Alvarez a pass. Still, like he goes back at Meltzer.
He's collecting the money too. He's collecting the money too.
Yo, the fucking hyenas would fight with each other in Lion King. I don't like any of those fucking babble mouth motherfuckers either.
Right?
You know what I mean? So,
if that was the injury, only because that is like a minimum 3 months, and depending on the severity of the tear,
and severity, it could be longer.
Yeah, it could be longer. It could be 3 months. So
yeah.
These idiots.
I don't know why that would be a big secret, but
I don't know why either. I don't know why.
I don't know why it could possibly be a big secret around the Royal Rumble time. Why would it be a big secret? This injury that could be a worker kayfabe, and they told us it's real, but then we got 5 different stories and we can't confirm it's real. I wonder why they do that. Oh, maybe because we'll leak the fucking story and tell everyone, and they want to keep it under wraps because maybe it's like a film project or something to do with Netflix or something to do with the Super Bowl, and there's NDA signed and we can't know about it. It's great. Fucking idiots.
Injuries.
Jesus.
Secret, because it's like if you're doing a story and
hey, her husband's a famous baseball guy, reality show, Netflix. Maybe they're doing who fucking knows, bro? Like
seriously,
it's just take it that it's a fake. We're talking wrestling here, brother.
You got worked, bro.
Yeah, you got work, bro. They fucking keep working you, dude.
the story is that it doesn't. It's not an injury, even though it's an injury. Then yeah, you want to keep secret what the injury is. But if you're telling everyone she's got torn.
Why? Everyone on social media fucking tells everyone, and they post pictures of their fucking surgeries and shit, and they tell everyone what their real injuries are in pro wrestling nowadays because that legitimizes what they do a little bit. Instead of hiding them to wrestle through hurtness, fans know, oh, wrestlers get hurt for real and shit like that. So Dave, it's just like he's just I love Dave when he like this version of Dave, these moments where he's like just discovering wrestling. It's like, bro, haven't you been covering this since like the 80s before I ever even was fucking born? You've been covering this shit with a newsletter and like you're just figuring out what a fucking work shoot injury is, bro.
Did you believe Dusty Rhodes broke his leg too?
Yeah.
Like in public, and then in private, it's like no one's allowed to know what her injury is. It's kind of
so like in public on their public TV show where they're telling everyone a narrative that they want them all to follow to advance the television show and to get them ratings and stuff like that. It's like so publicly on their social media, which also they use to play into their television storylines because they integrate them both. So publicly they said 19 injuries, but behind the scenes we can't even figure out one. So maybe behind the scenes there isn't one, Dave, and you're just a little child getting work still, but we're all idiots who don't know about the business and number 2 promotions and Tony Khan.
What's the point if you've already? I mean, out of all those injuries,
What's the point? Royal Rumble, an NDA that she signed for some shit she's filming. I just gave you 2 points right there.
Dave, with all this, JYD was really blinded. Rikishi didn't run over Austin. The chat's just killing me, dude.
That's what I'm saying, right? Like, Vince didn't really die, bud.
Yeah, right. Kane and Undertaker aren't brothers. Paul Bearer was nobody's.
yeah. Kane and Undertaker aren't brothers. Did you know that? I love that version of Dave, man, where he's like just discovering. Oh, did you know? Edge and Christian weren't related,
right?
Probably 2 of them, or 1 or 2 of them, are probably the real one, but I don't know which 1 or 2.
1 or 2 of them are probably the real one.
I don't know which 1 or 2.
So you said that you got 3 completely different stories, but 1 or 2 of them are the real one. So how could 2 completely different stories be the one real one, you fucking idiot? It's crazy. And Dave doesn't realize. Here's the thing. Dave's like, oh, the bubble and all these. Dave.
Oh, God.
Bro, like they told you 3 different things so you don't stooge the real thing, which is that she's not really hurt, and you're a fucking idiot and think you actually know shit, and it is hilarious, and you have the audacity to talk about irrelevant, transparent
audacity of this bitch,
bro.
Saturday's main event is Cody and Kevin Owens. for the title.
And the finals of the women's U.S. title tournament as well. Yeah, they officially announced that today too.
Well, they officially announced that today. Tony
that
Khan.
was not a secret as much.
That was not a secret as much. If you tuned into the show, you know, it's not really news.
Good God.
So here's fuck man, I love this. Meltzer responds to Eric Bischoff. Okay. And this will be the last one here for the Meltzer dumb moment of the week. He goes off, right? Dynamite, Dave Meltzer. And this was sent directly to me from Meltzer said what? He says that he's so deep in Eric's head and questions if Ariel Helwani or Bischoff are on the payroll.
Oh, my God. Projection City.
The literal guy who's on the payroll.
What?
The press secretary of AEW accusing anyone else of anything is pure hilarity.
The best guy is Tony Khan.
Bro, listen.
I'm not sure I'm ready for this.
Do this.
Okay.
This
I
is
gotta stand up.
such gold, bro.
Okay. I got to be ready for this one.
Yeah.
All right, so NXT, this is all I know. We got X-Pac appearing. We've got Eric Bischoff mediating a face-to-face with Trick and Ridge Holland.
By the way, did you see Eric Bischoff on Ariel Helwani's show?
I did not watch it, Dave.
I didn't.
I heard about it. I did not watch it.
So they both just said they didn't watch
Right?
it.
Like, so what's your analysis then? You've heard about it. Great.
So the first thing they admit they didn't watch it, but they're accusing people of being on payrolls and being in heads. Meanwhile, Eric literally goes, I don't even think about AEW unless I'm asked the question. And he's like, I don't pay it no mind. Like, I used to care and I used to get angry because of the fucking opportunity they had, but now I just don't give a fuck. Like, let them, I'm just going to make fun of it because it's funny. And that's where a lot of us are at. We're like, well, yeah, we'll just make fun of the parody of wrestling now. So Dave, oh my good God, he didn't even watch it at all. And he's about to, this is amazing.
I heard about it too. Yeah.
You want to tell everyone?
What? He said there's no chance AEW's dead. I don't remember what else he said.
No chance.
Yeah.
They are dead.
They're dead. They're dead. They're gonna.
Yeah, there's no chance of them turning it around, is what he said, Meltzer. There's no chance of him turning it around, right? So I think that's objectively obvious at this unless Tony gets out of the way, they will never give anyone any sense of hope. And that's what Bischoff said. As long as Tony's running it, it'll never, it's dead. So they just saw the headline, and that's what Meltzer does. Oh, Backlash is in the Tokyo Dome. Actually, it was a fake tweet. So he could have read Westel votes again and just got one quote from Bischoff's thing. You don't even know what you're hearing in context. You're a fucking idiot, bro.
Saying this right before ending.
Of course I can imagine.
Of course I can imagine it. Of course I can imagine them turning it around because I have investments in it.
Of course I can imagine it. I don't know. I actually probably should have watched to see what area.
Oh, you think you probably should have watched
Before
Dave,
talking
the
about
thing
it?
before you, and then give your comments and your rebuttal here.
Response was, I mean, in a worst case
This guy might be on the damn payroll.
Who, Eric or Ariel?
Jesus.
Of course he's on the payroll. He's on the
Eric is on the payroll, is what Brian said.
Appearance is not being on the payroll. He was on AEW shows too.
Tony Khan. Yes, Tony Khan's hired him. Oh my God, he's on the payroll for MLW, who fucking sued WWE for $20 million and won.
Right.
And he's working for fucking MLW. Bischoff's doing a one-shot with them.
Fee.
Oh my God, man. They've lost it. They've lost touch with reality fully, man. And Alvarez, see, this is why I know people are like, oh, I give Alvarez even Paul James Nolan's like, I like that Alvarez standing up for himself. No, man, fuck that. And I love you, Paul. I love everyone in the PWT universe, even if you disagree with me here, but I don't give him a pass because it's like, no, you're saying bullshit like this. Eric's on the payroll. Are you guys on the fucking AEW payroll? You guys say that and you assert this, but it's so asinine if people say the same about you goobers.
Show tomorrow night. He's on the show tomorrow night, of course. Yeah. But I mean, geez, like there's problems there, but I mean, like worst case scenario. They're going to make a $45 million profit.
Worst case scenario.
Dave, we do not need to explain to our audience that they are not dead. I think they're well.
We don't have to
To our
explain they're
audience.
not dead. Yeah, they're dead creatively, bro. They're dead creatively, and you don't need to explain to your audience how they're not dead. But you still feel the urge to. For some reason, this irks you. And it's because you guys know what everyone means. It's dead to rights. Like, it's dead. Yes, money can keep some shit alive, dude. If I lost, okay, how do we fucking explain this? Have you ever seen Bar Rescue, right? So there's bars that are like packed full and shit still, but the clubs ran like shit and they're losing fucking 20 grand a month and they've been open for 2 years. I've lost 3 million. And it's like, you guys get it, right? Like, yeah, man. Tony has infinite bucks. He has the infinite money cheat code on GTA.
Right.
And what he can do is just keep spending and spending and spending. And then the TV deal will make them profitable. There's absolute zero proof of that. And until Dave shows any fucking proof of that, besides his blabber fucking mouth,
right?
That makes no fucking sense. We're not listening
Numbers
to that.
that he makes up.
Yeah. And so, Tony, he can just spend and spend and spend. Shad can spend and spend. As long as there's cars on planet Earth, they'll make money because bumpers go on them or whatever, right? So it's like, yeah, as long, yeah, chat's so goated tonight, dude.
So great, man.
But
Just every time I look up, it's a different storyline that I remember. I'm like, this is fantastic.
Yeah, Chuck and Billy weren't gay.
Yeah. Winston eaten by zombies. Ultimate Warrior was from parts that were known. Yeah, Lucy killed me with the Ultimate Warrior was actually from parts that were known. That one got me really good. That one really got me.
No one did it with Katie Vick.
Right? Yeah. Just Dave. Like, you just believe in bull. Like,
Undertaker isn't undead. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
right?
the reason Dave's saying this, the reason Dave's saying this is because it's projection. We've covered it ad nauseum. He's Eric's in his head. It's stewing. It drives Dave nuts that everyone doesn't just bow down and be like, "Oh my god, we're all just calling him on his shit." We see it with these sociopathic fucking weirdos.
Seriously,
and especially Dave here. And
he's the king of them.
Yeah, and like until we see proof, I don't want to hear no bullshit about profitable or any of that, making money. And that doesn't mean shit. Making money as well doesn't mean that the product's good. The reason people that's what people do with WWE, bro. And I'm not saying making money. Like, obviously, if you're making, I don't believe AEW is making money, first and foremost. We have to put that on the table. So making money means like bringing money in, however you want to quantify that. It doesn't matter if they gave them $2 billion. That just means someone sees that value in AEW or whatever. It doesn't mean it can come to fruition. And for example, like, yes, WWE's raking in all this money. And the reason people use that as a metric to quantify, no, this is what, look, they're doing better ticket sales, TV deal, whatever. But the reason Meltzer's so obsessed with like, oh, the number 2 companies is because he can now, AEW can't beat WWE. He has to accept that. He has to lay down. He can't even beat NXT. But it made more money than WCW did at one point. And now he's just moving the goalpost, and Eric's in his head so much it has to be, well, it beat ECW and WCW, so it's still the best. It's great. Did better than TNA, so it's the best. It was, so that's all they can hang on now. And it's just a shift of the goalpost. It's gaslighting. It's bullshit. And it's also projection because he stooges himself by talking the secondary promotions, blah, blah, blah. Why are you even talking about that? Why are you even talking about that? Because
brand.
You're right. And because it's Eric Bischoff now, is like their focus.
Yeah.
They're so dead set on proving like, well, we stayed alive longer than Jim Cornette's Smoky Mountain or OVW. Like, that's what they care about more. They don't care about actually competing with WWE or listening to fans or anything like that. The illusion that they're selling, right, is like, oh yeah, we're competing, we're actually a challenger. They're really not, especially at this juncture. And until we see proof of any profitability, I don't fucking buy it. And Dave with this smug prick ass attitude, it's complete and utter bullshit. And we're calling it out here. This is why you get flutes. And like, man, we don't need to explain. They're not dead. Yeah, they're not dead. They're dead creatively. They're dead interest wise. They're dead heat wise. They're dead marketability or even profitability for that matter. Oh no, the profit's gone on what metric? The fucking TV deal that we don't have any proof of anywhere. We haven't seen $1 made. We haven't seen it go in the green. So like I said before, as long as cars exist, as long as bumpers need to go in vehicles, fucking they will have money to just put into whatever the fuck they're doing. The Jaguars can go 2-9, Fulham can fluctuate and suck and be the worst team ever, and AEW can pay a bunch of people to show up in empty fucking buildings, and they can keep doing that. And that's the objective reality. And the reason we can use it for WWE is because we go, look, we can point to a correlation and a causation. So we can go, look, because of the good creative, the fucking houses are better, right? Tony's got bad creative. That's the key core criticism right there, okay? That's the fucking paramount criticism of Tony Khan is the creative's bad. AEW, the creative's bad. So because the creative's bad, we go, oh, they don't tell stories. Oh, look, they're telling stories. No, but they're shit stories, right? You don't get what we mean. Like, no, it's an expression. We mean like the nothing of substance, you fucking idiots. They're all like Amelia Bedelia literal. Oh, did you know that Edge and Christian actually weren't brothers? I know the chat was just lighting it up with a million of those.
Yeah.
But did you know that Kamala wasn't from Uganda? Actually, he can actually speak English. Like he wasn't a cannibal. It's like, what the fuck, man?
It's just embarrassing.
I know I'm ranting and raving here. I got to bury Dave before he wraps this up because it's just like, look, dude. There's no evidence to anything he's saying, and we can just look at objective things, and you can't use the WWE thing because what we're showing you, the creativity equals the big houses and all that. The bad creativity is equaling the bad houses and all that in AEW. Oh, but the TV deal makes them profitable more than WCW. I don't believe that. And also, why does that matter? They're the number 2 challenger brand ever of all time for wrestling history. That should be noted. I mean, sure, dude, if you want to get down, sure, if that makes you feel better and sleep at night, Dave, sure. But there's no even evidence to anything you're saying anyways.
Aware of
None of it.
He said something really stupid.
Completely.
And it's not stupid to say that fucking how you guys have botched every fuck. Here's the thing. They're trying to take Bischoff to task. We didn't even listen to it, but he said something stupid. Okay, why didn't you take fucking Meltzer to task for saying fucking people were dead when they weren't dead? And things like that. It's so these people are just they're just incredulous.
Completely stupid. Yeah. I mean,
We'll see if he brings it up during this face-to-face that he's mediating.
Oh, with tricking
Ridge Hall.
He's gonna bring you two marks up. Fucking
Right.
jabronis.
Yeah. I'm so deep in his head, he may start, oh, Dave Meltzer do this and that, and do this. Blah, blah, blah.
See,
Yeah.
I'm so fucking in his head. Meanwhile, you're doing whole book reports, writing whole Bibles and chapters and verses on fucking secondary promotions and all this shit because he's so in your head, and he's so in your head, and you're such a fucking narcissistic, sociopathic fuck, Meltzer, that you think he was gonna go on NXT and talk about you.
Bischoff did that interview from an IHOP, and Dave and
I know,
care.
dude. He did it in like an airport or some shit. It was
seriously. Like he didn't care. He was like, "Sure, I'll jump on, whatever. I don't care." And he answered the questions he was asked. He doesn't care about you, Dave. Nobody does.
And yeah, dude, that right there was Dave Meltzer's dumb moment of the week. And we'll drop an E flute for 5K subs, man. Thank you all for being. Chat, I love and appreciate. Yeah, you guys are still going. Do it through the outro too. I'll let the fucking post show play for a minute, and you guys can keep going if you want. I'm getting a kick out of them. I'll read some of them, guys. I love you all so much. Thank you for 5K. Let's get to 10K. Let's run this bitch up, man. I'm gonna just stream more and more and more. So look out for run-ins. Looking for live shows. Saturday night we're watching NXT Deadline. And we might have to do more. We might have to do more member giveaways because motherfuckers ain't claiming their prizes. So round of applause. I'll say them one more time, though. So Trees and Sky, you won 2 shits. You won 2 fucking prizes, dude. And Dane Brock Carey won a prize as well. Claim them. prowrestletimes@gmail.com. If you guys got sound bites or anything as well, send them over. And man, Jake, thanks for being here. Thanks for celebrating 5K with me.
5K, that's so awesome.
I want to thank Awful too, who just fucking dipped right out. Love you, bud. I want to shout out all the great guests I've had along the way. And yeah, I don't know, man. Like I'm trying to think, is there like a fun moment or anything? I don't fucking know. I just love you all, man. Let's keep grinding. Let's get to 6K as fast as we can. And yeah, really life changing. So I owe it all to you guys. I guess what we've done, and we're in people's heads. Like, there's people that like acknowledge us that shouldn't even know what the fuck we are. I'm just a shithead who loves pro wrestling, clearly, and I like to talk shit about it. So thank you all for being here so much. Jake, thank you for being here, dude. Follow
Anytime,
Jake at All Jake Takes On. And
come on now, Eric.
let's drop this. It's been a long one, guys. We'll see you in the upside down. Piggity peace.
It is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing melts.
You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
What's the point?
the point of SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I won't complain.
Put me out of my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye, boom.
You gotta run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise. Because we are just securing the bag. But like, you gotta promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be live on my favorite movie. Lifetime. It's so great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
the best guys, Tony Khan.
Keep themselves safe.
We don't want to make false accusations here on the program, Brian. We do not want to accuse people of behavior, either unsavory behavior, possibly criminal behavior, certainly behavior that shouldn't be imitated. We don't want to do that if they're not guilty of it.
If you want outlaw but shows, you know just where to go. Tony Khan.
And a game 6 is far more likely than a game 7. And actually, there was only a 28.1%
Well,
chance.
it's kind of shot out, got diarrhea of the mouth. Tony Khan.
So, but the series was going on, 28.1% chance. So about
He just lies and he cries, might be high on cocaine.
People on Twitter are calling Tony Khan either Tony Yayo, the cocaine cowboy, or Herb Abrams Jr.
I don't think it was Coke, but let's go back to this.
If you love New Japan, there's no bigger fan than Tony Khan.
Whoa. That person's Adam Cole, baby.
MJF got smart, called him a
fucking mark.
Tony Khan.
I'm not going to cover that one right now. Thanks, Nick. Do you have another question you want to ask?
He ain't right, might be high on the cocaine.
Every All Out's been higher the year before. Every Full Gear's been higher than the year before. Every Revolution.
Lots of things are higher than they were.
Well, he likes that full bass. He wants it only now.
But anyway, I loved it.
Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday comes again.
毎日
Sunday,
毎
Monday,
日
Tuesday,
日立の
Wednesday,
細長
Thursday,
な
Thursday,
静
Friday,
か
Saturday,
サラサ
Sunday
ラ
comes again.
きれいな空気体に